I thought 9:30 was actually a late start, but maybe in the human rights world, 10 o'clock. So we are going to kick off though today because yesterday we had a wonderful set of 4 different panels speaking, and I think from what I've heard, the feedback everyone said every panel was so enriching. So we want to learn from what was shared yesterday, and to help facilitate that, I'm going to invite Tumi Papane, but I wanted to also introduce her formally to you, because while she is an administrative queen, that isn't actually all she's done. So Tumi is actually a master's student from the university in Sweden, University West. She also is a Millen Mays Fellow from our own university here, and she did her master's in universities and the provision of support. So she also brings with her a wealth of experience and knowledge, and is an academic too in her own right. So I'm going to welcome Tumi up to the stage, and she will facilitate our session this morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Prof. Welcome. Yeah, the numbers have dwindled, but at least I see some familiar faces. So when we thought about the small group session that everyone had yesterday, the main idea was that because we have these plenary sessions, not a lot of people are going to get a chance to speak. On top of that, I think it's giving us a little bit more room to engage in the topics that we were given in a more critical way, in a more, just a way that's a bit more detailed. So we divided the concept of protection along the 4 different themes, and they included human rights in the university, activism and the university, knowledge protection and the university, civil society and the university. And we had experts, as you well know, we had experts in the field, and they were supposed to present some thoughts around the theme and interpret it as they will. So I see some of the experts in the room, some are not in the room, but I'm assuming that everyone here is full and aware of all of the themes here. So I think what we'll do for this particular session is we'll have either the chairs or the actual panelists of that particular session reflect on some of the things that came out of that session, some of the key debates if they're thinking about them, maybe some thoughts of reflection that continue on after the session that stuck with them, or some things that were a little bit problematic maybe, but they need some clarity on. So I can start, but I do not want to. But let me kick us off. So I had the session knowledge protection and the university. So the mandate was that we'd give the panelists the opportunity to kind of reflect on the protective role the university has in protecting knowledge for marginalized communities and just knowledge systems that aren't particularly in the canon, in what we'd call everyday kind of, those kinds of knowledge systems. And we had Prof. Mlamuli Hlatrayo and Emma Jackson, who's in the room. I'm not sure where Mlamuli is, I don't see him, but it's okay. Last night was a very interesting night, I hear. And some of the key things that came up was the idea of what it means for a university to actually say that it is inclusive. And the idea of belonging, I think, is one that stuck with me. If you think of what a university is, you have curriculum, and most of the time the curriculum doesn't really reflect the people that are in the university. So it can actually be an issue for your sense of belonging. But on top of that, we had reflections around how we can use the university to repurpose and also recenter itself for the purpose of actually being that transformative space that's needed in the protection of knowledge communities that are marginalized. So I'll also hand it over to some of the, I don't see a roaming mic. Do we have a roaming mic here? Okay, so can I please have it, and then I'll hand it over to thank you so much. I'd like people from my group, the blue group. Some people, can we get some volunteers who'd like to share their insights or reflection? I know it's early in the morning and the coffee hasn't hit just yet. Emma, you want to go? Oh, so we have one hand over here? Okay, then we'll have Emma. Okay, thank you. Please introduce yourself as well.
All right, good morning. My name
Morning.
is Francis, and I work with Protection International. So, yesterday we had a good session in our group, and one takeaway that I got is that we have to reiterate the way teaching is done in the universities. That we have to change the model of training from being the lecture method to participatory method. That was the best I got. And then we also discussed about partnering with human rights organizations in the long run in terms of defending academic freedom for universities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's an important key point. So we had to also consider the pedagogy that's used to actually share the knowledge systems. Sometimes they're actually not inclusive. So yeah, just also giving people a space to actually participate in the process. Emma? Emma over there? Sorry, bro.
Yes, I'm Emma Jackson from the University of York. And I think from the group, two things that I really took away from it. One thing that I was thinking of, and while everybody was talking as well, was really how people access the academy. And I'm just in the process of about to submit my PhD. And it's just thinking about that process as well, and how the power dynamic in that process and how inaccessible that process is, even how just, the whole experience examined and everything else really just made me think about how that's only comfortable for such a small group of people, small group of quite privileged people, I think, that's accessible to. And the other thing that I picked up as well was what people were talking about, was the reflection on stories and whose stories and how these stories are used. And that made me think of a lot of my own research and my own role in research, really. I've worked a lot with marginalised groups, and I use digital storytelling. And it's made me, and these digital stories are always used for that group's advocacy as well, but it's really made me reflect on, am I communicating with these groups enough after the stories are made? And with some groups I definitely have, but with other groups it's really made me reflect on the importance of doing that better. And even though we go through the formal ethics of how these stories will be used and we communicate that, they're still their stories, and it's how their reflections may change on these stories, and I'm analysing these stories through my lens. Is that okay? And I'm not sure. So it's made me really reflect on my own practice a lot as well.
Thank you so much, Emma. We have another hand. I don't know if I should help. Okay.
I'm going to get fit.
No, thank you, and good morning to everyone. Arnold Sunga, a human rights lawyer from Zimbabwe. But one of the things that crept into my mind was really around the question of, I don't know whether there's such a notion of knowledge ownership. And because like when universities do research, they do conferences like this, there's quite a lot of information that is generated, a lot of knowledge, in fact, that is generated by communities. And then when you do research in the field by communities who share with your researchers. And then once that information is then processed in terms of academic accepted standards, maybe the international standards maybe, and then they're copyrighted, and in some instances things become trademarks, and then so the ownership is appropriated by universities, by researchers, and the people who actually give that knowledge under the guise of research become hostage to a process of identification of ownership academically that then delinks that knowledge from where it came. I thought that was an issue that we need to reflect on, and it almost feeds into the decoloniality argument that because especially African communities have this process of sharing information from one generation to the other and through oral processes that are not written. And once someone then writes personal rights begins to seem to have more power around claiming ownership than the owners themselves. So I thought it's something that has not been resolved even as we debated yesterday. Thank you.
No, that's very important. I mean, academics love to get cited. I mean, we all love to hear, according to Chunga 2020, but at the end of the day, we're wondering, okay, whose knowledge does that belong to? And I think that's a very important question that we need to reflect on as we write and as we engage with human rights defenders and people who are actually on the ground doing the work that needs to be done. There you go.
Yeah. What I also picked up was that besides the problem of the extractive way in which universities have gone into communities to take information and the ownership issues that have been raised, the fact that universities could play a part in protecting the knowledge for indigenous communities that exists and protecting the narrative for indigenous communities who often hold a lot of knowledge that is not available in the literature that is used in the current shape of the curriculum in the universities. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay. So if are there any more reflections? I think that's the last reflection on that. Sahara? Okay, that's great.
Thank you. Good morning. So in our group, we're talking about activism and the university, and we had interesting conversations around the power of new media, considering that many of the social movements benefit from the internet. So that's just something that we thought we should center when we're talking about activism and the potential for change within the university. And also how, because of the internet, how movements affect each other, from Black Lives Matter to fees must fall across different campuses. So we thought that was something to highlight. But also the issue of intersectionality came out with the activism across universities. So not only male-led, for example, but also the female-led. And then eventually we shared stories about how, for example, queer women joined the movement and trans men and all that. Another thing that came out in the discussion was the issue of the space versus site. Because I think for this particular conversation, we're focusing more about universities as sites. But there was also the proposal that perhaps we should look at them as spaces, away from just the geographical thoughts about the university, but more about how to engage the different spaces as a potential to maximize the potential for the engagement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we're moving on to activism and the university now. So are there any more groups who are, people who are in Lindo Kuhle's group? Lindo Kuhle, you're probably supposed to speak because you were the chair of that session, so we'd like your feedback as well.
Thanks, Prof. You don't need to do a 5K tomorrow morning. This is good enough. Good morning, everyone. Lindo Kuhle, I was chairing the session there. I think Dr. Nampeo has already outlined a large part of what we discussed there. But I think the important thing was that we first grappled actually with the title of the symposium itself. And a big thing that I think came out, and I think Tapiwa, as one of the speakers in the panel, sort of compelled us to think about universities as sites of protection and probably add a question mark there. Are they sites of protection? And we sort of thought about the space as an open-ended space to think about the university as sites of protection, and to say that if we are considering activism or activism in the university, we think that there might be a problem within the university that allows activists or that need activists to be there in the first place. And therefore, we thought that it's inevitable to think about the university's dangers before we think about its ability to protect. And then there was the nexus between student politician versus student activist. And I think this was an important outcome in the small group, because we thought of student politicians as people who have an interest in governance, in formal leadership positions, and moving towards student activists who have an interest generally in the transformation of student lives, of society generally. And the whole notion around activism in the university can already be conflated with student politicians or governance structures, or even academic governance as well. And so we opened up that particular question as well. And there was a big part in the group around the structural violence that people face in society generally, and how the university, and I think Dimpo mentioned something about how the university cannot be sort of absolved or seen outside of the society within which it exists. And so, because it's a microcosm of society, it's going to reflect a lot of the problems of this particular society. And so, just because you're a university student or a university worker, academic, or whatever, doesn't mean that you're safe from the day-to-day violences that the society has generally. And then we spoke about a situation in Cameroon where this point was made, which I think was a salient point, that when universities themselves are not protective or suffer from insecurity, then it means the dangers for general society is even worse. And so it made an example where students were expelled from universities in northwest and southwest Cameroon, and how these students themselves couldn't go embed themselves in those communities as a result of that particular insecurity. And then finally, I think a big problem around, and I think a critique that came about was, I think, a question that the CHR has asked, I think, in 2020, 2019, around the role of the university in Africa. And a big question that was asked there was the whole notion around people who are inside the university, and I think it overlaps with a number of things that have been raised here, who are researching, academic scholars who are researching other people's lived experiences. With what authority do they do that, and what kind of ethic do we think about there? And we thought about the whole notion around the activist scholar, and how the activist scholar has got a greater responsibility than just the general scholar or the general academic, to think about the ethics, the methodologies, and the ways in which you embed or that you include the people who are, marginalized, disenfranchised within the research, but also to give them a sense of authority and ultimately a sense of voice in their own lived experiences.
Thank you so much, Linda. That was a great summary of everything. I don't know if anyone has anything to add from the group Activism and the University. Okay, so I'll pass it down to, I see his face right in front of me, so I'll let Percy, sorry, Prof, you're going to have to do your 5K a bit. And Percy was the chair of the session on human rights and the university.
Yes, thank you very much, Tumi. Good morning and welcome, everyone. My name is Percy Mpindi, and I was the chair, like Tumi has mentioned, for Group 1. And the group had very insightful conversations, of course, led by our excellent panelists, Sia Klongwa and Ntando. So our task as a group was firstly to reflect on the idea of the university and the values that universities adopt and how they uphold or go against those values. And in this line, Ntando led us in a very critical discussion on human rights itself, and the group discussed greatly about who is the human in the human rights. Are there ways in which some people have been dismembered from that human community? And that was very insightful, and I think the conversation along that would be really great to go on. Ideas also around the political community, yeah, and how exclusive sometimes that community can get, also came up from Ntando's discussion. And Sia discussed about how human rights sometimes are a huge privilege, and access to these human rights is very limited. You'll notice that many of these discussions were interlinked with what the other groups have highlighted. And one thing that also stood out in Sia's discussion is how partnerships can be leveraged to bridge that gap of access between the university and the community that sometimes is largely excluded. Under these, we explored ways how the university can be a facilitator or some sort of mediator between the government and then the people, because this arose, like I think also Group 2 has highlighted, from that community fatigue. Year in, year out, researchers go to the communities, but the communities feel helpless. And they get that fatigue, it's like, oh, you're back again. So they are more like pawns in the researcher's game, and it it will never go beyond you asking them questions, and yeah, nothing will be done. So I felt that was very important in filling up that power dynamic. Other key things that came up, Mary Da Silva highlighted how human rights are ever evolving, and then that universities highlighting, rather universities adopting these values must be alive to that. And one thing also that came up from there is that the more we progress, is the more intrusive communities become, and how that ends up affecting, for instance, the minorities in our communities. Miss Colette highlighted of course, the constitutional underpinnings of these different values, and how the broken social fabric in which universities operate affects their upholding all contradicting of those different values. Yes, in case I've missed something, I think the rest of the group mates will be in position to highlight. But that was it from group 1. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Percy. Is there anyone who'd like to share? We have Ntando, I don't know. Anyone who'd like to share from human rights and the university? Oh, we have Ntando at the back there. Ntando.
Really?
Yeah, thank you. My name is Ntando Sindane from the University of the Free State, and I wish to confirm that what Percy has said is indeed a true reflection of the group. So I take nothing away from what he has said. I fully align myself with what he has said. And like Jesus Christ to the faith of Christians, I want to add and not remove. I think the one aspect that I want to add is that a part of the discussion was that the idea of human rights is an idea that has long-standing contestations. I spoke about Justice Albie Sachs and Andre Odendaal, who are the foremost intellectuals in defending the idea of human rights and the Constitution. And one of the things that they have said, or that have demonstrated, is that the discussions about the Constitution of South Africa and the criticisms against it is not new, because in the mid-80s to the late 80s, for example, there was a grouping in the liberation movement, or the former liberation movement, who referred to the Bill of Rights as the Bill of Whites. So the idea of human rights, therefore, has always been contested and continues to be contested. And the conclusion or the proposal that we made in that group is that the role of a university in relation to human rights ought to be a role where the university reconciles itself as a space where we think about thinking, but also we think for the sake of thinking and nothing much else. Because in the activity of thinking about thinking, we will then be able to center ourselves in the contestations about the meaning of human rights, and not leave it just to politicians and people outside of the university. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ntando. That was powerful. I think there's kind of links with what Percy was also saying about what is the human when we say human rights? And it's similar to what we have in politics. We're not in law, but in politics we have like ideas about what citizenship actually means, for instance. And we know that these kinds of concepts are negotiated, and there's so many ways and layers that a person can actually become human. And the humaneness of the society within you and how it treats you is also another reflection of your level of humanity yourself. So I think, yeah, this is something that we need to also critically reflect. As we think of protection of human rights defenders, what is the human? What are we talking about? Who are these concepts made for? And I think going on, that's something that's, should be ringing in our heads. So the last session, I'm not sure if there's any comments for that group. Or any comments on what Ntando has said or anyone has said? Okay. So we'll move on to the group from Simpiwe. Simpiwe, she in the room? Was anyone in the group with Meli Dube? Yeah, Meli's here, so it's great.
Thank you. I hope I managed to channel what was discussed, or more than what I just said in that group. So myself and Salome were panelists. But so the things that we discussed, our group was looking at civil society and protection networks and partnership. So we're reflecting mostly based on our, Salome is an activist, or has an activist background. I also have an activist background, and I'm also now in the academic space. So we try to center everything that we're discussing, base it on our experience and stuff. So I guess one of the things also picking up from what Dan was talking about is the congested-ness of the human rights discourse. So the role of the university in that would be, we know that activists are dismissed as Western-sponsored regime change agents and stuff. I think that's across the board, even in South Africa recently. We've seen that. So it's for the university to try and, localize that discourse and show how it's as international and as African in equal measures. And then the other thing that we discussed was clarity of concepts, basically protection. The university spaces are the ones that can actually help frame and simplify these concepts. I think this speaks to what was also raised in the paper, working paper that we have about the language and the legibility of what we are talking about. And then there's also a broader thinking around research. What else can universities research on key issues, including even scenarios? So we should not be surprised when violence happens, for instance, in Zimbabwe after elections. The academics should be able to say, here are the dynamics and here are the possibilities. And then that protects, or that prepares human rights defenders to actually be in a better position to act. And then there's also research with civil society, which basically means capacity building, I suppose, where we say there are opportunities for partnerships between civil society and universities, or individuals within universities. But there are also potential challenges around that, particularly where the state is involved, considering the different relations that the state and the university has, and the civil society. Some civil society organizations or human rights defenders are considered as confrontational. So how do you actually research with them, where you are actually trying to either build their capacity or get information to support advocacy and stuff, initiatives. So the other thing is what we spoke about are the possibilities of universities masking activism. I think an example was given by Rogers about the University of Zimbabwe, that even in spaces or even in countries that are deemed unfree, there are still opportunities where universities can have host activists within the university, thereby allowing them to continue their work within those safe spaces, couching their activism in academic language. And then the other thing that we discussed is quite a lot, so but I'm about to finish. So it's capacity and legitimacy. So the involvement of academics in board of trustees or boards of civil society organizations that can allow them to contribute intellectually, but also give them some legitimacy. That if Fiona Anciano, that we know as research and expertise in this area, is involved in this organization, therefore they're actually doing good work. But also we've seen collapse of organizations because of leadership challenges and stuff, and the intellectual contribution from academics can maybe help in that. So there were examples that were given around that. And then linked to legitimacy,
yeah, is the point that I started off with around, how do we localize the discourse and make sure that we reclaim human rights. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Melly. I think an important thing that I was picking on was the idea of time. When do academics locate themselves? So is it as a reactionary thing because they want rich data and it looks good on a research proposal to have, I don't know, reclaim the city after the fact? Or do you locate yourself during the need for intervention or work that needs to be done? So I think we can think about that as a critical thing when we go into partnerships with civil society and human rights defender groups. Okay, is anyone from that group? Any more insights on a general level? Okay, then it's good that we're keeping to time today. So to actually give people a chance to wake up, I think you can go for coffee, socialize, mingle. Please come back with the energy we had yesterday. It's there, don't worry. I can sense that it's there, it's morning time, and I know things happened last night, which we'll not mention. But we will continue, and we will continue to have fruitful conversations. So please have your coffee, get some sugar in you, and then be back here by the next session, and then we'll have our presenters for us. You should have so the next session would be at 10:45 sharp. So we've got some time. Relax, Bingo. We're going to pause live streaming. So people online, bye, and see you at 10:45.
No more having fun. Tea break's over. I think we're missing some of our 3 other panelists can come up and join us. Rogers, George. Masha, George. Ah, there you are. There's George and Rogers. Okay, great. We're going to kick off with the next panel, and Karen is our chair, and I'll let her come and introduce herself.
Good morning. Yes, my name is Karen van Marle, and I teach in the Department of Public Law and Jurisprudence, just opposite in the Faculty of Law. Thank you to Fiona and everyone organizing this conference. Public space is very close to my own heart and my own work, and specifically the notion of the university as a public space. So this session then looking at universities and democracy, or universities as democratic spaces, really important for me. This means a place where there's contestation and lively debate. So let's hear what the speakers will do with us. I'm going to introduce all 4 of them, and they'll have about 15 minutes, if that's all right, and then we'll hand over for questions and discussions. So firstly, Heidi Grunebaum. She's director of the Center of Humanities Research at UWC. She'll be followed by George Kehoro, who's the Director of Policy and Engagement of the Open Societies Foundation, and he's here from Kenya. Then Rogers Matsikiditse, he's the Director of Access to Justice Center from Zimbabwe, the University of Zimbabwe. And then finally, Bernu Katyetan Tarzenyu from the Center for Human Rights and Democracy in Africa from Cameroon. So I'm going to hand over, and more or less 15 minutes. Are you going to sit from there? Or are you going to come up? I don't know, for the video, Fiona, they would prefer you here, Heidi. Thank you.
Good morning. My very grateful thanks to Boitumelo Papane, Fiona Anciano, and Lindo Kuchle Mangioli, wherever he is, for this warm and generous invitation for me to participate in this very important gathering. My apologies for not being with you yesterday. The Center for Humanities Research had a full-day program. And so, you know, there's a dissonance when a speaker comes in after a day and an evening of earnest and engaged debate and conversation. If my remarks, just sound off-key, please forgive me. I would have shaped what I say for today had I been here yesterday. My short presentation, and I would like to ask the chair to just put her hand up when my 15 or 10 minutes are up. I'm happy to just cut mid-sentence. It focuses on a series of short notes co-authored with my colleague Moritz van Bever-Donker at the Center for Humanities Research. And the notes articulate on the work of the Center for Humanities Research for thinking the question of repair. And I'll come back to you, I'll come back to the relationship between repair, democracy, and an open society. So for thinking repair from the university, and from the humanities in particular, although I hope my notes might persuade for an inter-university kind of reflection and conversation rather than a kind of faculty by faculty approach. So the question of repair as a concept calls up the long duration of time, and particularly the matter of the past or the after slavery, after colonialism, after apartheid, after genocide, after partition. It's a consideration which in our reckoning is necessary, a reckoning with repair, the work of repair and the work of thinking, for resuturing the university to the making and remaking of an open society. For us, the question of repair and creating a space of and for thinking, in other words, of and for repair in the university, is a question that weaves through the warp and weft of a democratic society, of post-colonial democracy, and an open society as one that connects the freedom of ideas and artistic experimentation, which is a kind of a method that we've been working with at the Center for Humanities Research, to spaces for thinking and invention. Invention after Aimé Césaire, imagined as a kind of co-creation or remaking. And finally, closer to home, so to speak, it's a question that connects to the distinctive grounds of this university, of the University of the Western Cape. And that particular consideration has deeply shaped the CHR and its intellectual inquiries. So an attunement to the historicity of the institution itself. Repair is often thought of through ideas of reconciliation and reparation. And that's an itinerary that holds the two terms in a relation of unresolvable tension. In the South African context, where an idea like the post-apartheid is still searching for a concept that can live up to the promise of the post-apartheid, which was our promise to ourselves, but also a promise to the world. But the work of repair, like time, is not linear. So while we have critiqued reconciliation on the terms offered by the South African Truth and Reconciliation Commission, repair offers a different itinerary for to think the conditions of life amidst the ruins of a future past that we inherit and inhabit. An aesthetic education, and this is a term that, an idea that we have developed and worked through extensively at the CHR, most recently in the book published by Premesh Lalu called Undoing Apartheid. The concept aesthetic education might offer a disposition or an attitude or a commitment through which to think the possibility of repair in conjunction with the university's constituent communities, and also to strengthen the university as a site for intellectual freedom in that attitude or disposition towards an aesthetic education. Aesthetic education here is not only about a training in the arts, but about a reordering of the sensory, about perception, and the introduction of duration into how we think, the inhabitation of the after, of the time, the conjuncture in which we find ourselves. In other words, an aesthetic education insists on a slowing down to think and to think about thought, as Professor Sindani spoke about in his comments at the end of the report back session this morning. So to take time to make different possibles possible, an aesthetic education with poet Jeremy Cronin and writer Milan Kundera, we would say, is the art of staying awake, the art of staying and becoming attuned, responsible, and responsive to our current conjuncture, its inheritances, its hauntings, as well as its new formations and unprecedentedness. We've inherited in post-apartheid South Africa the problem of apartheid's logic as a racialized system of administrative subjection. And an argument that has been made over many years at the CHR is that apartheid is not a formation specific to South Africa, even if its invention took very particular forms in South Africa, that it connects to global forms of racial capitalism and have a much longer kind of durational arc in time. So this is a system that has shaped psyches, the senses, perception, what Njabulo Ndebele has called apartheid's laws of perception, which are inscribed and reproduced in societal structures and spatial infrastructures. Unable to address the problem of race as such, outside of apartheid's script of difference, we remain caught in its logic, in a looping, repetitive scripting of apartheid's notion of racial difference, understood through concepts of community, imagined as discrete so-called population groups. The essence, the hate in apartheid, the ness in separateness. As Jacques Derrida has suggested in a very important essay that he wrote in a catalogue for the Art Contra Apartheid exhibition, an international exhibition in solidarity with the struggle against apartheid, that was to return to South Africa on our liberation in order to establish a museum against apartheid. Not an apartheid museum, and a museum against apartheid. We know that doesn't exist yet. But this essay, Racism's Last Word, suggests that we pay attention to the ness in apartness, the hate in apartheid, which exceeds the political, legal frame and moral categories of harm that we've inherited from the Truth Commission. And that, just to simplify, produced an understanding of apartheid as a series of events, its actors as victims and perpetrators, and its exit, reconciliation. The structuring logic of the Truth Commission continues to shape even its critiques, as well as the important refusals of reconciliation that have been lodged publicly since the student protest movement of 2015 and 16. So we need repair from the inheritance of the Truth Commission as well, its urgent and important work of diagnosis that also, as a function of diagnosis, fixed categories in place that apartheid had spent half a century constructing. The Algerian-French artist Khader Attia has an iterative notion of repair. For Attia, repair marks the complex temporalities and topographies, the times and places that such work, that reparative work, calls up. As he phrases it, the reason I'm still working on repair every day, and I don't think I'll stop, is that there's an endless question that comes from the loop generated between injury and repair, an endless process that at some point defines the urgency of repair. The work of repair makes the irreparable, thank you, the irreparable visible. It fractures disciplines. It troubles the trouble of the parts in apartheid, in partition, while drawing on these legacies and inheritances as its urgency. But repair is always belated. It's always out of time. It works in the wake. And there I'm riffing off Christina Sharp's notion of in the wake in her thinking about black life and aesthetics in the wake of the transatlantic slave trade and its shaping of a global modernity, which we continue to live and share in different ways. Such work requires a forensic impulse, a precision of diagnosis, an enumeration of injustice, a naming of the aggressed, a mourning of the losses, and a naming of the dead. In repair, the dead are ours all to name. We live with the dead, surrounded by them, and we insist that they the dead should exceed, and the time of the dead necessarily exceeds the family, the nation, or the community. With John Berger, a reparative attitude to the dead is a refusal to enclose or eliminate them. It's an engagement with the here and the there, and with multiple modes of inhabiting time. And this, so as to invent with Aimé Césaire and Sylvia Wynter a human, perhaps a humanism that comes to form one of the constituencies of repair. So one may already have begun to list the troubles that echo through and haunt these inheritances that the work of repair attempts to hold. The disciplines in the humanities are part of the work of repair, but as parts, in other words, as disciplines, they are both inadequate and implicated. So because I'm located in a humanities research center, I just want to think about what that kind of work enables without prescribing it in any way as an only method. Humanities centers open transdisciplinary and non-disciplinary, or perhaps even undisciplinable spaces for thinking. And this is necessary for the work of repair. For if discipline gives us the one, or gives us a disciplinary object, the transdisciplinary and the non-disciplinary open spaces in which we can perceive the impulse to reach for a disciplinary object, to develop a kind of a self-consciousness whilst doing the work of thinking. It also allows us to think the vanishing horizon where thought cannot reach, to develop an awareness of that. And repair is an act, or as small acts, as Marian Hirsch and Leo Spitzer name small acts of repair, gesturing towards the possibilities for reparation, the impossibilities for reparation, but also its symbolic force and possibility. So John Berger's acceptance of the Booker Prize in 1972 for his fourth novel involved a public naming of the endowing source of the prize's wealth, which came through the Caribbean sugar trade, and shared the prize money with the Black Panthers. Such an act, one would argue, acknowledges the irreparable, the impossibility of return to a state prior to injustice, harm, subjection, and violence. How we do academic work has immediate bearing on this. To think repair from South Africa in a time of convergence of racial capitalism, technological determinism, and rising fascism globally, with the weakening of public and democratic institutions, is to wager through and beyond the Truth Commission's political legal script of victim and survivor. That an aesthetic education might produce for us a terrain of relationality, of relationship, in which encountering a condition of difference allows us to encounter the impossibility of unmaking difference through a single discipline or a single argument, a single exit or solution. To repair, we must, to paraphrase Césaire again, invent or co-create. This is Aimé Césaire's concept of poiesis. The invention is at work in interventions, for example, of the sculptural works of artist-in-resident Tlumisa Fichler, made of post-industrial waste, or the redistribution of the sensory through the puppetry work. Okay, thank you. Can I finish? Can I finish? I literally have two sentences. Thank you. Thinking about the work in the Laboratory of Kinetic Objects with our partners Netver Pret in the rural town of Barrydale, which I'm happy to speak about later, which all interrupt, blend, and engage with more traditional academic work. There's a need to constantly slow down in order to think, to rework, to remake, to translate for different constituents and interlocutors. And perhaps one could think of a pedagogy of repair that might foster a practice of intellectual freedom sufficient for the demands of the current times, the stakes of which have seldom been higher, particularly for the university. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Have you started running the clock? Okay. Thank you very much, Hedy, for that, very sort of high-level, conceptual rendering of this conversation that is necessary to have, which is also at the same a very hard act to follow. I will have a fairly different, more practical way of, maybe sort of downloading some of what you've said that I found extremely profound, and thank you very much for that. So I didn't know what was expected of me in this presentation. When Masha said I should come, I just said I'll come and just speak from what I've lived through, which is I joined university in the late 1980s. At that time, my country, Kenya, was like very many other countries around the African continent at the last stages of single-party rule, and multi-party politics was struggling to be accepted as the next norm of political practice. Throughout that period, the previous 10 years, there had been extremely violent uprisings within the university space. Kenya, like most African countries, had only one university, and this was just the University of Nairobi, and most of our countries had just one university. It would be the University of Zimbabwe, which means that's the university, or the University of, it would be either named after the capital city or after the country itself. That is the typical African higher education situation. So on the one hand, you had one party state and one university states for most of the African continent during that period. And the typical experience was that universities were sort of the sites of significant political activism, also significant amounts of student violence or other student uprising that was usually put down very violently by the political authorities. And then around the early 90s, with the fall of the Berlin Wall, several things happened at the same time. Throughout the 80s and the period preceding, very few African countries, there would have been at most 5, would have described themselves as democracies, meaning they had more than one political party and were amenable to regular, free elections. But immediately after the fall of the Berlin Wall, we get into a stage where you have a rapid liberalization of politics, which is characterized by the first multi-party elections, for the allowing of multi-party politics for the first time in a lot of the countries around the African continent, which were followed by elections where incumbents actually lost, like the ones in Zimbabwe, the one in Zambia in particular, where UNIP actually lost political power, and a new political entity came in. In Kenya, you had a serious challenge to the monopoly of KANU, and there were various levels of challenge to power in around the African continent. But what came with that political liberalization is also as a belief that democracy was a continuum, an irreversible continuum, that if you continued funding it and funneling as much effort as was needed, then there was an inexorable and irreversible process of democratization around the countries. That was significantly the belief. And that came with the pouring of financial resources, but also energy and attention to building the democratic experiment in the belief that the African continent was going to move into an irreversible process of democratization. So what that did was it moved this, universities were not just sites of intellectual leadership in the one-party's period. They were also the sites of youthful energy and activism, because universities also is where they had the largest gatherings of organized young people during that period. But now, with the belief that you could will yourself into irreversible democracy through funding, through organizing, that then attracted financial resources that moved away from the university space. Then it is also the period when the structural adjustment programs are coming in, and those had the effect of defunding public university education. The defunding of public university education, the funding of alternative space, what became the NGO vehicle that we have now become familiar with, which was funded by global northern sources that all believed that if you put enough resources here, these countries are going to democratize. It meant that became the site of activism around our countries. But also it meant that universities were then denuded of the public resources and investments that they had enjoyed, and the monopoly of attention that they had had as sites of intellectual and thought leadership, but also as sites of practical and street activism. In the period that has intervened, several trends are noticeable. Other than the rise of the NGO as the knowledge building and also activism site, we have had the rise of private university education. In the early period, there was just one university, just like there was only one political party. But eventually, in all our states, in all our countries, you've had a rise of private university education. Some of it sponsored by religious organizations, whether they be Christian, whether they be Muslim, whether they be Hindus. And they produce a type of academic pursuit that sort of is a reaction to how they view or they viewed the university education of the 80s and 90s. The things they didn't like, they didn't like about that. So the idea, for example, by religious universities that we are producing the next leader who is going to be typically conservative, typically non-activist, and typically the one who is not going to throw stones the way universities of old did, the way the university student of old did. This is the kind of intellectual we are building in these private university spaces. And with that is also the withdrawal from public university education by the elites of whichever of our countries. So all of us who have been trained in public universities in our countries, our best and next aspiration is our own children will not go to those universities. We will send them abroad if we can, or we will send them to the next best country in the neighborhood, because there's something not desirable about how a public university is delivered in our view. So what that has created is two types of university education, where there's a private that is stable, that is conservative, that runs on on a set of predictable variables. And on the other hand, there's a ghettoized public university education system that is the one that is linked with what is going on at the political level, that is the one that pours into the streets when prices hike, and or when there's some kind of activism or social social or political issues around which there needs to be a reaction. That is also the university that gets closed for 6 months or a year because students rioted. That is also the university where if your son or daughter goes there, they are not sure they are going to complete their program in the time that you thought they were. I mean, if the university education is 3 years, it could end up being 5 years because the university was closed for a year because students rioted. So we have this sort of a dichotomy of privatized education, some of it privatized internationalized, where Western university education has come and set up in Africa, and it's set up in a way that insulates itself from local politics and local concerns, and it's creating a next level of intellectual that is disconnected with the issues of that society, because those issues don't really matter to the concerns that that established that university in the first place. So I think that is where this thing is, and my conclusion, because I've been told I have 1 minute, is unless like happened in the one-party period, when we also had one university period, unless the people who matter the most in your society, that is in the whichever way you define them, unless they have a stake in the university education, a real stake in the university education system, and unless there is also commensurate. And if they have a stake, that means they will put some investment of money and attention in the programs being delivered by that university. Unless that is the case, then our universities are going to become increasingly ghettoized. They're going to become irrelevant ghettos whose relevance from time to time only manifests in when the students pour out into the streets because they can't afford bread, and then they are placated and told you can go back, and the cost of bread has been reduced for you, so you go back and continue with your studies. Unless we have everybody in the country, all the sectors of the country having a stake, a real stake in the university education, in the public university education, then our public universities are increasingly and for the foreseeable future going to be ghettos that are removed from where everybody's private aspirations are, which is I want a stable, uninterrupted, and conservative education for my family, and I don't care what happens to everybody else, and I don't care about the public concerns that knowledge is supposed to contribute to solving. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Right. I'm not going to be very long because I've put my presentation in form of slides. I think it comes to quite a number of slides. I did send a revised one, so I was saying to Boyd there, this one, I think it's outdated now. You know, the problems of academics, you know, this idea comes and you want to talk about it.
Now, you would find that in terms of my presentation, there are a number of aspects I'm looking at, but I would quickly zero to proposals, which I think would give us an opportunity to reflect. Some of the things are there for us to then contextualize my suggestion. I'm from the University of Zimbabwe, as said before. I'm the Director for Access to Justice Center, and also the Deputy Dean of the Faculty of Law, and a practicing lawyer as well. I love court work. That's the reason why I nearly did put a tie on, because I nearly thought I'm going for a court session. But I realized that no, I'm going to be joining, defenders. They don't like ties. You don't have time for that, I know, from experience as a student before. I do believe that one of the things that we need to start thinking about, particularly universities, is the role the university can take, particularly in matters of conceptualization of human rights, the language, the packaging. Because what I have realized over years is that in most cases, our focus have been more to do with awarding degrees, conferment of certificates, and diplomas. That's how we define higher education. But critically, you'd find that, especially from an African context, the majority of the people really who are supposed to benefit and be protected, some of them, they will never set their foot within the parameters of the university. But these are the most experienced people in terms of what actually happens when it comes to issues of human rights violations, when it comes for the need for protection. And it is from that perspective that serious questions should be asked to say, what kind of relationship universities must develop, particularly if we look in terms of collaboration with human rights defenders, the communities, the grassroots. For example, if you look in the African context, many countries, societies, the villages, they are under your customary law. How is that customary law interfacing with the discourse of human rights? How are we penetrating the core of the customary law to bring it to alignment with the human rights discourse? These are issues, really, that have been put at the peripheral in favor of degrees, PhDs, research papers. But they want innovation. Rather, universities have been sites for innovation for the industry, for the corporates, transnational, because that's where money is. But I do believe that if we really are to bring a transformation, real development that cause realization of human rights, your socio-economic rights, even enhancing civic and political rights, we need to change the approach. We need to change the approach. At one point at our university, because at our faculty we've established 4 research groups: access to justice, human rights, rule of law, and national development initiatives research group. But my question was to the creators of this group, who should be in these groups? Because it's us, the academics, but where is the society? It's like we are baking cakes for them, and we don't know whether they like strawberry cakes or they like this. And what we want is just to feed them. But is there something abnormal for them to be in the bakery? Who said those research groups must not include those people? Who said it's an abnormality? To me, I found that as a missing link, as a missing gap. And I don't believe that the moment we start realizing that the university's role become more pronounced as sites of protection and activism. And of recent, if you look particularly in those African countries where your liberation struggle, political parties, those who brought independence, are in charge, they've now viewed, in most cases, you know, your NGOs that are doing work as human rights defenders, as, you know, agents for regime change. How do you change that narrative and send the message? This is where now we need to think about the language issue in human rights, the packaging of the human rights, so that at the end of the day, the work of these human defenders becomes very easy. I was looking at it from the University of Zimbabwe. We, under the Access to Justice, we have the space to go in the rural area, do our mobile clinics, do our legal aid there. What stops us from repackaging the human rights issues in simpler languages and then take them there as a society awareness program and without being seen as agents for change, for political change? So there's so much scope that we can do. But I think the problem has been that mostly we are looking at the challenge instead of the opportunities, or turning these challenges into opportunities, particularly from the investor perspective, and looking at the monetary benefit that comes with it. But I do believe that time has come when universities should move from just looking at focusing at the world ranking, we are number 1 in Africa, in Europe, etc., and really focus on issues that are affecting people, particularly where there are human rights violations. Because I realized one day I went to my village there, down there. One particular old man asked me a question and said, "Mr. Lawyer, tell me, you are talking about human rights, that no, you've got the right to do this, you know, you should be getting this. But there's one thing that we've never really addressed. These guys, they brought us land, and we are saying they violated the Constitution. But what happened when my land was taken in 1891 during colonial occupation? I realized that this was a difficult answer. Why? Because us as universities, we are not plugging these gaps, which then these political parties, these other violators, then they would take in order to manipulate these people. And I do believe this is the scope where your human rights defenders can come through, like at our University of Zimbabwe. We now have a forum around symposiums under the Access to Justice banner, because it's the repackaging that we are doing. We have also realized that the moment we start talking about that, we want to talk about human rights violation as the heading. Clearly, the next thing is that symposium will be not there. But when you package it in a manner that then becomes attractive or less antagonistic to these other actors, you can bring in your human rights defenders easily within the university space. You can then develop the frameworks easily. So I do believe that these are the things that we need to think. So at the core of my presentation is we need to be innovative. We need to change the methodology. We need to change the approach if we are particularly utilizing the academic freedom space, the social justice space, because universities all over, those two, are at the core. But it's the manner of packaging, the manner of conceptualization that is key to realize what we want to achieve. Another work which we are doing, another project which we are working on is currently we are working on a customary law project, where we have realized that 95% of our population, the law that they know in the rural areas is your customary law. But how do you bring this customary law to connect it with your human rights? So we are now proposing sending our students for attachment in these forests and also have trained them how to then start relating with the society, how to start introducing the human rights discourse without being seen as political actors. So these are all other things that we can, other methods that we can bring in and try to make a change. So my point is, as universities, we must not just cry and cry, but we must sit down and innovate and innovate and innovate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to thank my name is Beronyoy Kajetan. I am from Cameroon, from the Center for Human Rights and Democracy in Africa. And I want to first of all thank the University of Western Cape and partners for the invitation. My presentation will be on the impact of political influence on Cameroonian universities. And first of all, I would like to talk about introduce what we are doing in Cameroon as the Center for Human Rights and Democracy in Africa. We are based in Buea, where the armed conflict has been ongoing for now 6 years. And our center is involved in monitoring, documenting, and reporting of human rights violations. We are also involved in promoting gender equality and carrying out campaigns and advocacy. For my Ugandan friends, we are the first organization to have implemented the project on disaster methodology to prevent gender-based violence. Let me quickly go straight to the context, the political context in Cameroon, or the shrinking democratic space in Cameroon. Okay, this is the context of Cameroon. Cameroon is a country. The Republic of Cameroon practices a multi-party system of governance. And since 1960, we have only two presidents. That is President Ahidjo Ahmadu, and then the current president, President Paul Biya. And the current party that is ruling Cameroon was created in 1985. And since then, that party is in power, though we practice a multi-party system of governance. That is the CPDM, Cameroon People's Democratic Movement. And since then, there has been a crackdown on opposition political parties, And we have the example of the MRC of Maurice Kamto, that whenever they are organizing their rallies, their political rallies, they are always tampered with by the government. And some of them are in prison as we speak today. And the leader of the party was also arrested in 2019. And going forward, we have how politics influence the management of universities in Cameroon. In Cameroon, the universities operate differently from the way it operates maybe in South Africa, for example. In Cameroon, the managerial positions as a result of presidential degree. For example, if you want to be a vice chancellor in a university, a pro-vice chancellor in the university, you must be appointed through a presidential degree, right down to the heads of departments and deans. It means deans of faculties and heads of department are appointed by presidential degree. And appointing deans of faculties, vice chancellors, and all the managerial positions means that you must align with the political policies. And also we have funding of universities. Primarily, universities in Cameroon are funded by the state, and the research allowances are mostly paid by the state. So if, for example, you want to research in an idea that opposes the political policies of Cameroon, of the Cameroon ruling political party or of the government, your research may not be funded, or you risk being sanctioned or dismissed. And we have examples of people like Barrister Arbon Congo Felix, who was dismissed just because he set up questions for exams which are related to the ongoing war in the northwest and southwest regions of the country, and which traces back the history of Cameroon, which addresses the historical issues affecting the country. And also, my next slide is on the universities' safer side for activism and protection. Though the universities are not independent in Cameroon, they are still much better than other civil society organizations because they enjoy a certain protection from the state, since the states are the ones funding, and also they can also do some certain things in relation to activism and protection. And also we have the effects of shrinking of democratic space, that's of shrinking democratic space on Cameroonian universities. There's risks of dismissals from universities. There's risks of demotion, that's of bringing you down from your positions, from their managerial positions. And these issues are arising because of some certain laws that have been voted into law, some certain degrees that are considered as law, like for example, the degree of 1993, and then that was amended in 2005. And for example, I was discussing with my friends this morning, and they were telling me that, for example, this university is an independent university. In Cameroon, there's nothing like an independent university. For a private university to exist in Cameroon, you must be mentored by a state university. And in these state universities, the management day is based on appointment, and the appointment is based on presidential degree. and those that are in charge of managing the higher institutions in Cameroon is the Ministry of Higher Education. So when a private university is being mentored by a state university, it means that the programs, the curriculum, the pedagogy must align as such. So there is nothing like the universities in Cameroon are not independent, and there's really enough political influence when it comes to the management. So this is the continuation. And then conclusion, this is my conclusion. Though universities need funding for its activities and the need to be guided, shrinking democratic space in Cameroon has been an issue of concern when it comes to the management of universities. This is because the political leaders have taken the advantage and politicized the universities with policies which are detrimental to academic freedom. Notwithstanding, universities in Cameroon are still more autonomous than other civil society organizations like NGOs, because they enjoy maximum protection and sustainable funding from the state. So, and my next slide, the recommendations. My recommendations are that universities should have strong trade unions at the national, regional, and continental levels. Why? Because when you look, for example, I always refer to the bar associations, that is for lawyers, which is like a trade union. Cameroon Bar, for example, is very strong, and they can not be manipulated by political policies. And if universities in Cameroon, for example, they are operating under a trade union, for example, they will be able to withstand political influence. And if they create these trade unions at the level of the national level, I also believe that it is good to extend the trade unions at the level of, at the regional level. And at the regional level, I also believe that the continent of Africa should have a trade union for universities in such a way that if there's much political influence in some universities, like the case of Cameroon, these trade unions should stand as maybe as a medium that can regulate some of the political influence to ensure that there's academic freedoms. And then I have the second recommendation, which is the creation of an arbitrary court in Africa to deal with irregularities in African universities. I was looking at the case of businesses. We know we have courts of arbitrations, maybe at the level of managing businesses, that's international trade. If universities could also have court of arbitration, because it's really bad in Cameroon, because you do not have the right to, there's no freedom of, there's no academic freedom. You have your idea, it must align with the political ideology of the state. In such a way that if this court can also hear some matters in case of dismissal, wrongful dismissal from academic institutions, because there are so many lecturers which have been dismissed from academic institutions because they have a political point which doesn't align with the political points of the ruling political parties in Cameroon. So I have my third recommendation, which is active participation of universities' trade unions. When these trade unions must have been created, I also believe that these trade unions should be able to act like NGOs, for example. The Center for Human Rights and Democracy in Africa, we do monitoring, documentation, and reporting. If we can monitor the situation at the level of universities, and if there are irregularities, we make recommendations, we condemn, we shame the perpetrators, And through recommendations to to state parties, I believe that with this active participation of university trade unions, we can also prevent political influence at the level of universities, especially Cameroon. And then creation of strong certification check institutions in Africa. I believe that if we create institutions that checks or validate certificates in Africa from universities within, that's from universities within Africa, if there's too much political influence on Cameroonian universities, for example, the trade union can just decide and say that your certificate will be invalid, for example. At that point, I believe that the state institutions are going to respect the academic freedoms and allow the universities to be independent, because if they are sanctioned and if the trade union, African University Trade Union, says that your certificate will no longer be valid within Africa and the rest of the world, I think they are going to stand, they are going to rearrange themselves, and they are going to be more, they are going to allow universities in Cameroon to be independent, and thereby promoting academic freedoms. And to end my presentation, I will bring up the issue of what is happening in Cameroon. Right now in Cameroon, we are involved in an armed conflict, and this armed conflict is being propagated by university leaders, that's the student leaders who were in the university, mostly by students leaders who were in the University of Buea in the 90s, 2008, 2007, who were dismissed. Some were dismissed. Some are seeking asylum because the university, the student union was banned from the university. And you see now that they have taken that, their ideology, because the university was not accommodating for their ideologies. Now they have taken the ideologies out of the universities. Maybe if these ideologies were accommodated within the university, we could not have been having them propagating the violence that is going on in the northwest and southwest regions of the country. Yesterday, one speaker did mention that one of the problems that we are facing in Africa is not knowing what is happening in other African countries. And I believe that since yesterday, I was like listening to hear somebody say something about Cameroon. I heard something about Uganda, for example, the homosexual bill. I heard something about Niger and Namibia, but surprisingly, I did not hear something about Cameroon, whereas we have been in conflict for close to 6 years, and more than 5,000 people have been killed. And the schools we are operating in the University of Buea because it's relatively calm there. The schools have not been going there since 2016. And schools are only going within cities, within urban areas. And in the interlands communities, schools are not going there. And we just privileged that we are living in Buea, where there's a relative calm there. And attacks have been perpetrated against the education institution. Teachers have been kidnapped, arrested, killed. Students have been killed. The case of Kumba, a locality in the southwest, where more than a dozen students were killed right in class. And these are issues that I was expecting that somebody was going to say, but surprisingly, one of the presenters said, Africans are not really researching more about other African countries, because that is an issue of interest, especially for researchers. And the conflict is multifaceted, involving so many parties. the Fulani, the Mororos, we have conflicts is ongoing there between the separatist fighters themselves, between the government forces, and this issue of land conflict arising as quickly, I don't know. And then there's xenophobic, there's a rise of xenophobic attacks, because now some leaders are already saying that one Anglophone killed is equal to 10 Francophones that will be killed. And this is an issue of interest, especially to activists and researchers at the university level, because the conflict is almost neglected and it is going out of hands because there's a possibility of attacking people because of who they are and not because of what they are doing. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all the speakers for really diverse but interesting and wonderful papers. Unfortunately, one of our speakers, George Kejoro, had to leave for an urgent meeting, but I want us to also respond to what he said where possible, and maybe some of the speakers could respond if there's an urgent question to him. So yes, I think we've heard many things, the importance of aesthetic education, I think the urgency to slow down, to stop and think, the importance of universities being relevant, universities to innovate, to undo, maybe also to redo, the call for human rights specifically to be packaged differently, to be reconceptualized so that it can actually respond to the broader society. And I think finally the importance of political influence and what role universities could play. So many things. We have at least 20 minutes for questions, comments. So if no immediate hands, I wonder if in the panel, you maybe have questions, immediate questions. Okay, I'll get to, but maybe I'll give you some time also to respond to each other. But yes.
All right. Thank you so much to all the presenters. Mine is more of a comment that could, spark conversation around this topic, which has to do with universities and democracy and making universities independent. So my comment really is on how, and I think it's really inspired mostly by what Beri Nguyen was saying from Cameroon. I think one of our biggest issues as Africans is that we have failed to actualize the concept of charity begins at home. It's saddening, actually, that most of us wouldn't know or don't know what's happening in Cameroon. And we don't take as much interest in investigating home, the problems that we have at home, and also coming up with organic solutions that speak to us as Africans. One thing that, I don't know if anyone has ever heard of STAR. So STAR is Students at Risk. So it's an organization which is actually formed in Norway, whereby they assist student activists who are in trouble, in a sense, and they offer them scholarships. So again, going back to creating home-based solutions, I feel it would make more sense if we had students that are coming from Cameroon, for example, being relocated within Africa for them to continue their studies. No one has to leave the continent or leave their country, in a sense, to further their studies. But I feel if we're to think of universities in actual fact becoming sites of protection as well for activists, we should also think about how, as African countries, we can assist each other And for those who have been expelled, as George was talking about, that there are students who are expelled, there are students who are suspended from school because of their activism. They should be able to find or be able to continue their education at a different university that will accept them with their expulsion. We have so many students who are seated at home who have failed to further their studies, and they're somewhat victims of manipulation and abuse for them to actually participate in what happens or with the politics that is in their country. So yes, so basically what I really wanted to speak to is that as Africans, we should really think about how we can help each other, and that charity really begins at home. Let's see how we can accommodate each other and assist each other within the continent. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and great thanks to all the speakers for the very excellent presentations. Mine is just a small comment in regard to, I think, Mr. Rogers, Martin Kids' presentation of the sometimes irrelevance of the many concepts that we preach to the societies as universities, and how that becomes an issue in the democratic space. So I've been doing some thinking around this. It's a gap that I've noticed also in the Ugandan universities where I've studied. And I've come to the conclusion, if I am to look at the Maslow's hierarchy of needs here, I'll just briefly say, physiological needs, safety needs, love and belonging, esteem. Then at the very top of it is self-actualization. So we go to people who lack shelter, food, places where to sleep, and even clothing, which is at the very bottom, physiological needs, and we are preaching to them self-actualization, like human rights, the right to culture. I don't have a meal, and you expect me to relate with something like that. So that's why I greatly agree with the colleagues that were proposing if there are ways in which universities can have means. Yes, they do the thinking for thinking's sake, but also they can act as some sort of mediator between the people, let's say the government, that is to provide some of those needs, and then the people in these communities that are in great need of them. Otherwise, we will remain very abstract, preaching many of these nuanced concepts to people who do not even have something like shelter. Thank you.
So I take two more questions. Okay, three, and then I'll hand over to the panel. So I have you, sir, in the back, and you. Okay.
Thank you. For our brother from Cameroon, just to say that I've worked for many years in the trade union movement, and in doing that, I've been able to get to understand what the conflict in Cameroon is about. Also here in Cape Town is a Cameroonian association that exists, that is a national formation of which I am in contact with an activist who we've worked with, not as a Cameroonian, but as a brother from Africa and as a comrade. We, in the occupation that we live, we have many occupants from other parts of Africa, and we integrate them as activists and as brothers and sisters who live with us in the occupation, but not as people from a different nationality. I think what has to be stated categorically, as Comrade Zaki made the point yesterday, where did we shift in South Africa from during our oppression? We were able to get support from Africa in particularly, in our neighboring states and around, in opposing the apartheid state. I want to follow up on the point that was being made with regards to how universities engage with civil society. I think it's something that we need to take into the work that we do as academics and raise that question within ourselves. How does this relate to community? And community can be anywhere. It's not a defined space. But what do we as academics do about that space to ensure that that space is negotiated beyond the confines of the buildings of university? I work very much with the intangible history and stories of community. And so I think there are different ways in which we can navigate that, but it's me, the individual, that has to make that commitment to give life to that expression. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to the panel. I just want to say thank you for this very insightful presentations that have been done. And the question that I'm going to ask is based from a student perspective, you know, because we are also the majority stakeholders within the institution. And ideally, we find ourselves as we progress from undergrad to postgrad, what does it mean to create a knowledge production that converts itself as an activism project that goes beyond the institutional space? And how does language in that regard speak to that element? Because as mentioned earlier, and also reflecting on the fact that the University of the Western Cape is not only a historically Black university, but has a lot of history in terms of developing knowledge production that supported left-wing thinking. So how do we continue that, knowing the fact that, okay, we are 29 years in our democracy, but also we're looking at the university as a space that has become considered like the ivory tower. It's not as accessible anymore. It's far away from the rest of the community. And so when we speak about how do we ensure that the majority of stakeholders who invest into protecting the institution, especially from a human rights perspective, but how do we also ensure that the knowledge we produce within the tertiary institution speaks to our communities in the surrounding area? And how do we do that? How's that encouraged and fostered within the education system? Because sometimes it doesn't feel like that. It feels like we're producing knowledge in a language that is so frustrating. And yesterday we spoke about decolonizing the curriculum. What does that mean? How do we produce knowledge for societal issues, but how do we also make it accessible in terms of how we engage, that it's not just the people in this space within the tertiary institution, but beyond? How do we get our communities here as well to engage robustly about the kind of concerns that we have from a human rights perspective? Yeah.
Right, one more.
Thank you, panelists, for your sharing, and thank you, Kajetan, for making us to awaken to the realities in Cameroon. Two questions for me. One, how do we make universities so safe so that we do not have students and lecturers being forced to run away to safe shelters like STAR and scholars at risk? We need to think about that and have candid conversations. Number two, how do we break the barriers for students who are in exile and they would wish to join our universities? How do we deal with that situation? Thank you.
Right, I'm going to hand back to the panel and then we'll have another final round.
I'll try to pick some and leave some. You know, the beauty of starting, you can pick the easier ones and leave the rest to others. Yeah, I do believe that it's very important to really relate to the needs of the society. And in Zimbabwe, I'm happy there is Otto Sack there and there's Arnold Tsunga. I'm sure they remember their resources they were putting through the Access to Just Center. You know, computers, laptops, money for outreach.
or go there, we realize that there is this woman, they're out there, they've been evicted, they don't have food, you start working around their problem, then they would start to appreciate what, this is really issues of human rights, because you are meeting their needs. This is the repackaging I'm talking about. There's this academic language, there is this activist language, but there is also the language for the community that should be developed. And that's very important. So you are definitely right on that. Coming to, there's another question that I want to answer around issues of accessibility of knowledge. In Zimbabwe, we realized that political actors, they are at the center of these issues. So what we did, like for example, under the Faculty of Law, we have created a law degree that is not for practice, but packaged in such a way that it offers these courses like human rights, designed for MPs, designed for chiefs. We are recruiting them. And our target is in 10 years, we should have been able to convert them to understand what they are doing there is not correct. But they don't know that that's what we are doing. They think that we are offering them law. You know, Arnold, the BLS. That's the purpose. You remember, unfortunately, we had a class due to the, you know, that November 2017. Some they call it a coup, some they said it was a transition. We had almost half of ministers in that class. And some of them were saying, so what we're doing is wrong. And yes, we said yes, because we are converting them. So the problem is that when you design your education for careers only, without looking at the gaps, then it becomes not relevant. So universities should open for that. So that's what we are doing. We intend to take this further. Now we are designing a certificate for chiefs. And I spoke to the president of the chiefs and said, we want your chiefs to have this. You know, we don't want them to be bullied by lawyers. They need to understand this. And this is a good idea. So we are transmitting the knowledge to them. Likewise, even the defenders, why should universities not offer them certificates in methodologies, in this and this, in this and this? So there's so much scope with the universities, subtle ways of telling me that, transmitting the knowledge in a safe way, packaged safely. And before they know about it, they're already converted. Thank you.
Wow. Okay, thank you. Thanks for these fantastic comments and questions. If I may hazard a response to a couple of them, but I'll be drawing on anecdotes. I guess that betrays my insecurity about my own argument, but no. I'll be drawing on anecdotes to kind of think my way into the comments and questions. So the first comment about students at risk and scholars at risk kind of ties into the final comment question about how to make universities safe and how, you know, particularly students returning from exiles might be imagined. And I'd like to say, you know, so universities as sites of protection, just in response to those two comments and questions, that in the 1980s, when political prisoners or those detained under administrative detention in South Africa were released from prison, they were criminalized. They weren't allowed access into universities to study, and very often study was a way to a space to retreat, to breathe, to reflect, to recover. And I think these kinds of attitudes of retreat, recovery, reflection, I think the university has an obligation to think about that as a mandate. UWC, and I'm not singing the praises of this university, although I did come here to do my PhD in the early 2000s. I'd finished at UCT with my master's in French literature, and I looked onto the Cape Flats, and I thought that the really interesting and important, significant intellectual work happening between the three universities in the city was happening here, and I wanted to study. I wanted to apprentice myself to the thinkers and the professors that were here. So it was the university that, under the vice-chancellorship of Jake Schervel, who actually broke the Apartheid Act that established this law and opened the university for all, was particularly inviting of former political prisoners and administrative detainees to come and study. And, you know, that kind of that kind of gesture and those kinds of values can only be produced by the intellectual leadership of a university, even if universities must and should comprise of corners, nooks, centers, institutes, departments, initiatives where this work happens anyway. The university needs to be more than the sum of all its parts. But leadership of intellectual leadership need to be able to make that proposition. My own research in the last years has been in Palestine, Israel, which is an enormously troubling and complex and complicated social context. But they, you know, Palestinian exiles can't return. And I think the question of student exiles returning is very complex. So I just want to step back from responding to that. I think the comment about Maslow's hierarchy of needs, I think we need to push back on that. I think that students in Africa have the right to everything, to think, to culture, to shelter, to a full belly, and I don't think it's a hierarchy. You know, I think Maslow might be a symptom of a context from which he arises, but I don't think here we have the luxury of that hierarchy. I think everyone has the right to food, to mobility, to freedom of association, to culture, to art, to thinking for the sake of thinking, and a space to retire to retreat into in order to do all of that. And I do think universities share that obligation, that the university is a space for that, without kind of hierarchizing those needs, which are real. But we have incredible examples across the continent. Culture and Working Life Project in the 1970s in KwaZulu-Natal was precisely an initiative in which workers would gather after long days of soul and body destroying kind of work, you know, to do the edifying, nourishing work of writing poetry and making plays and industrial theatre and so on. These legacies have been lost coming out of community arts and community arts education movement of the 70s and 80s. I think generally there was this commitment to a refusal to prioritize human needs and an insistence on a kind of a tender and fierce acknowledgement of students' interiorities and interior worlds and lives, and a fierce and tender insistence on supporting that without prescribing or directing it. The last point is, okay, then there was a question, Bevel, on how universities engage civil society. I think it's a big and important question, and it's a very loaded question I think in the South African context, but not only. You know, universities have different functions than civil society. The question is, how do we claim what we do differently and imagine what that means for society so that we're not at war? And I think these are big questions, and it kind of ties me back to, finally, Dimpo, your question about language, which I heard as one that was also a philosophical question around the politics of intelligibility. And I think their translation is to think about translation not in terms of machinic or technical translation, a rendering from one spoken language into another, but a translation of What is the work that researchers and scholars do in universities, and how do they translate that into society in non-patronizing, non-simplistic, but deeply respectful ways? And that takes time. It's about building relationships. I mean, the CHR's got a project in the rural town of Barrydale now for going into a 13th year. Out of that project, more than 80 young people have come through matric from a town where from 1994 until the beginning of the partnership, there was 0 matriculants going into higher education. From the start of the partnership till current, over 80 have gone into higher education. Not all to become artists. Some have become auditors, accountants, linguists, statisticians. The point is that the partnership has opened a space to figure out your question away from, in a non-performative, without carrying flags, learning to, as the founding director of the CHR, Premesh Lalu would say, we're learning to learn from each other without doing the same thing. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm passing this along. I hope I've responded comprehensively.
Okay. Okay, thank you for your questions and comments.
You're going to use this one.
Okay. Okay.
I think this one is working.
Thank you for your comments and questions. I will comment on the question as to how do we produce knowledge from as a result of the work of civil society organization and implement within the universities. That is how I capture the worry. In Cameroon, for example, within our organization, the Center for Human Rights and Democracy in Africa, we recently published a book called The Unheard Voices of the Anglophone War. That's between the devil and the deep blue sea, the unheard voices of the Anglophone War. And this book was based on empirical data collected from the communities. And we have disseminated this book to universities, to lawmakers, to diplomatic missions and international and national organizations. And to me, I think that for universities to actually address issues that concerns the society when initiating or creating their curriculum and other programs, they should focus on empirical data, because if you read our book, you see very good areas of research that need to be done within complex armed conflicts, for example. And when it comes to how can we make universities safe, I think that the universities should be able to accommodate ideas, no matter how they are, and try to educate. If they are too radical, for example, the university professors, doctors, the academias or scholars should be able to direct students on how to do it rather than to throw their topics, maybe, for example, out. Because most of the times in our university in Cameroon, for example, when you come up with a certain topic, they will trash it. You will not be able to go on with the research proposal. And that is somebody's idea that the university could shape in a good form. And also we can make the universities safe by accepting to or creating free publishing sites for offer free publishing for students, for example. There are so many students with research work or articles, for example, in my community, but they do not have money or resources to publish these articles. And if the universities can also provide that, I think it's going to make universities safe for some students, And how do we, yes, these are the comments I can address. Thank you.
I think there was another question, but the participant kindly said we'll take it up with tea because the violence of time, never enough time for discussion. But thank you very much to the speakers and to all of you for that.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to break for lunch, and we'll be back here sharp 1:15. People online, that's the time. So.
Good afternoon, everybody. Academics, human rights defenders in the room. My name is Constance Mukarati, and I'm the co-founder and co-director of the WHRD initiative. And this session is very important to me because we'll be, and all of us here, human rights defenders, as we'll be, the speakers will be speaking about universities and the protection of human rights and human rights defenders. I've been given the task to just use to limit the descriptions of the speakers to what is in the agenda. So it's difficult because some of the human rights defenders have these large bios, which I will just have to say, please Google them. You will. There are big resumes there. So, first of all, we have Colette Lechlo-Jane. She's the Executive Director of the Human Rights Institute of South Africa and a veteran, fearless women human rights defender. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Constance, and I'd like to extend my thanks and appreciation to these conference conveners for giving me this platform, and colleagues, defenders. It's such an honor and privilege to be here, and I am very excited because this symposium it's really taking me back to where I was as a young person, born in this country, who really aspired to be in a university. And those dreams, as we all know, got shattered. So this focus of universities as sites of protection and for human rights defenders, it's really come at the right time because human rights defenders, particularly in the continent and also across the world, are facing reprisals, are fighting really difficult battles, which are not necessarily criminal in nature, but the battles that guarantees their rights in the documents that member states have adopted. So the organization that I come from is called the Human Rights Institute of South Africa. This organization, some of you of my age will remember quite well, it was chaired by Judge Richard Goldstone. He's now retired, who was then appointed by the former President de Klerk to conduct an investigation of intimidation violence that was threatening South Africa negotiation to peace transition. And there was also a suspicion of a third force element in the country. So the judge conducted these investigations. The reports of the outcome of these has been donated to the Nelson Mandela Foundation and also South Africa Human Rights Commission, and the Department of Justice also have these records, and South African Historical Archives. So from this work, I can say that URISA contributed Regulations of Gatherings Act, the regulations that is used for conducting protests or gatherings in South Africa. So this act was adopted in 1993. This is pre-1994. As you can imagine, the act in itself, it lacks human rights tenement. And then also recommendation of the GRC. So URISA had that opportunity to work on this and recommended the government to have that. So I'm speaking about this historical context so that you begin to understand that we coming from a history of apartheid. This history of apartheid with our legacy, it was declared as a crime against humanity by the UN Security Council. And this history of apartheid not only affected the South Africans, but people within Southern Africa, the neighboring countries, as well as the continent, was affected by our history. There was a policy of segregation, and also the Land Act and freedom of association and assembly, they were prohibited. And protests were completely prohibited. And there was violence in our country. Now, looking at the universities of South Africa, as I've mentioned, I studied up until, there was these completely unbearable violence that inhibited me and some of our communities and my sister to complete my studies in South Africa. So my parents had to take me to Lesotho. That's where I furthered my studies. And upon my return, I couldn't gain access to any of the South African university. Why? My qualification, which is A-levels, were not recognized. I had to repeat, grade 12 in order for me to qualify to enter into the university. So I enrolled with the University of South Africa. Even then, I had to get an exemption. So I spent a lot of time studying, trying to get my degree because of, one, access to education, which had been made very, very difficult. And we also had 4 universities at the time, those universities that were, providing, upholding segregated policies. 4 of them were providing education to only white, actually African-speaking students, and only one was providing those who are speaking English. Then the five of them were providing access to African people. Now the damage that has been caused by this type of segregation and exclusion of people, it is quite huge. Our country is about to celebrate its 30th anniversary next year. So in 30 years, I cannot imagine that justice will be done in terms of correcting the imbalances of their past, and then also the damage that apartheid has caused, and also the doors that were closed for African people from South Africa and outside the borders. It has got some have got irreparable harm. We have wounded people in the society, people that are out there to avenge. We can see the type of violence, the types of crimes that are committed in South Africa. This convening of this symposium is giving us an opportunity to really reflect on the abnormality of our society. And South Africa is that country that has been characterized as having these very abnormal inequalities in the world. And looking around our surrounding where we are convening this meeting, we can see those characteristics of disparities and negligent and situations that do not give us any courage. So now what has happened now is that these atrocities are repeated. They are coming now in forms of xenophobia, gender-based violence, high poverty, and it's not even safe for all of us here gathering, even in this meeting, to conduct basic rights, to be on a walk, to do basic, simple things. Now, in the meantime, the government was, at that time of apartheid era, conducting double standards. The double standards was that we were amongst the states that were crafting the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. One of our statesmen was involved at adoption, during the adoption of the UDHR in 1948, but we, however, abstained and never regarded that important process forward. We have seen massacres as well, the June 1976, the Sharpeville, and then we have seen the women of this country, you know, fighting some of inhuman indignity that apartheid government was subjecting us to. Now, you know, there was this global campaign on South Africa, which, you know, brought solidarity from outside the world. You know, we've seen how countries in the world, you know, neighboring countries, for example, coming in to support us, to give us support and to gain democracy. So looking at the mechanisms that South Africa, you know, played a role or contributed in ensuring that, you know, we have human rights. This is now after democracy, attaining democracy in 1994. We've seen that we became a member state within Southern Africa and then also at the African Union. And at the African Union, we've seen ourselves playing an important role in contributing to the crafting of the Constitutive Act. Now, all the mechanisms in Africa, of the African Union, of the SADC, and even the UN, they have guaranteed human rights and the role of human rights defenders. We have the Declaration of Human Rights Defenders, which was adopted in 1998. That declaration, it describes all of us, every individual, even the universities, as human rights defenders. Human rights defenders is not defining us as citizens that are working on the ground or the lawyers, but anyone who is promoting the Universal Declaration, the rights that are enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and also in the Declaration of Human Rights Defenders. And then also, it requires all of us the duty or the responsibility to protect right. The right to assembly, the right to freedom of expression are the cornerstone of our democracy. If our universities, you know, are not ensuring that the government has policies that, you know, ensure these guarantees are enjoyed and implemented on the ground, you know, the university will be really doing us a disservice. They are also, universities in this declaration, they are required to ensure that the civil society and the communities, they are guaranteed, or their rights that are guaranteed as social you know, justice is concerned, is fulfilled, or is implemented at a national level. So we celebrate this right, and it will be important to keep on reminding us, to keep the momentum of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And then also, what is important, we are now speaking on the SDG 4, which is a goal that universities can take up as promoting, you know, equity and equal education and access to education. We are looking at some of the disadvantaged institutions that has marginalized society. We would like to see universities collaborating, forming partnerships, and providing support to the struggling institutions or previously disadvantaged communities. And then also, we as human rights defenders, we are contributing to strengthening African Union mechanisms like the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. In it, we are promoting Article 10 and 11. It speaks about associations to function in free and enabling environment, and it promotes democracy. We have also been able to provide support and skills and expertise for development of guidelines. We will be encouraging the universities to make sure that our governments implement laws that are in line with the guidelines on freedom of association and assembly. We also have important resolutions, Resolution 275, Resolution 273. 275 is really encouraging states party to have laws, friendly laws, that support LGBTI community to participate, the right to health and the right to speak. And in South Africa, we have that progressive constitution and the laws. However, we know LGBTI communities, they are not accommodated. They live in fear and also in reprisals. Resolution 273, it speaks to all of us human rights defenders. Our government must develop a law. We need to have a model law that will recognize us as human rights defenders, a law that will not allow states, for example, in the past, human rights defenders were referred to as foreign agents and regime change, because they are preparing reports, they are presenting their statements in open forums of the African Commission and also in processes such as the United Nations. So I want to give some recommendations because I'm told that my time is up. I wanted, actually, before I just give recommendation, but to mention that how this impacted negatively in our Southern Africa, Zimbabwe, for example, Malawi, Swaziland, freedom of association and assembly, exactly how it was during apartheid, it is replicated in those countries. And our role in ensuring that, we bring peace, we bring security is being questioned. And we have seen that some of the states, they conduct death penalty. Like in Malawi, there's partial death penalty, actually. And South Africa was supported. They are the countries that were on the front line, ensuring that human dignity is respected. However, we see that this seems like there was a shield. Behind the shield, there's violations of human rights, which now causes all of us, to gain support from universities to assisted engage. The last point is that we have infiltrated civil society. The Gongos, a state-sponsored organization that are interfering with the work of the civil society or human rights defenders, which we want the universities to protect and to ensure that there's freedom of expression and there's documentation of these violations of human rights and access to justice. We do have a tribunal that has been quashed because it was providing progressive judgment. We are also recommending for access to justice because in those neighboring countries, there is no access to justice. And South Africa, the fact that there's xenophobia, we refuse people to come in because of many problems that we have stated, we would like to see a progress. So I'm gonna stop here because I'm told that I've taken more time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marcolette. I will introduce what Tumi and the rest of us has termed the superstar academic, Prof. Joel Modiri, who is with the Department of Jurisprudence at the University of Pretoria. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm not a human rights defender or a human rights lawyer. Can I close this? I'm also not a superstar. At least I don't think of myself as such. Just to thank the organizers, Bitumelo in particular, for all the assistance in getting us here from Pretoria. It's been wonderful to hear some thoughts. Okay. The title of my paper is The University as Critical Institution, ? Or Thinking Towards the Undercommons. The university is a critical institution or it is nothing. This much quoted important line is attributed to Stuart Hall, of course, the prolific British left intellectual and the fountainhead of the field that we know as cultural studies. Now, one commentator has pointed out the tension or even oxymoron in this expression. The university is a critical institution. Because, of course, institutions and institutionalization are generally understood to imply hierarchy, fixity, rigidity, and association with what is established and official, while critique, on the other hand, tends to denote the opposite, resistance to hegemonic structures and formations. It implies notions of interrogation, heterodox thinking, transgression, experimentation, and most importantly, unsettling. If institutions refer to authority, to order, to disciplinarity, to formalization, critique frequently involves a program of deauthorization, disorder, decoding, deconstruction, anti or non-disciplinarity, that is the refusal of boundaries or the crossing of boundaries. The example of Stuart Hall's own life and work, of course, suggests that this tension or oxymoron, the tension between critique and institutionalization, means something else. It actually installs what we might call reflexivity into the idea of the university. That is, the university as a critical institution is an institution undergoing continuous decentering and refiguring from within and from without, always unsettled, and most importantly, always open to the new provocations and new inquiries. So we can already see here that on this view of the university, or this understanding of critique, the university is not, in the first instance, a space of protection or safety, but rather of contestation. Contestation over interpretations, over methods, over visions, over values. There is more. The idea of critique that Hall is working with, as opposed to the generic notion of critical thinking that we all put in our study guides, has a very specific theoretical valence. On the left, it tracks itself to a Hegelian Marxism, which at the same time has been expanded and exploded by black radical and feminist genealogies of critique and resistance. This notion of critique views critique, as Hall puts it, as a detour to something more important, namely human emancipation and freedom. We are all familiar with that famous line from Karl Marx: the philosophers have hitherto only interpreted the world in various ways. The point, however, Marx says, is to change it. Hall was precisely concerned about intellectual work being overtaken by academic labor, especially under the creeping neoliberal age, Thatcherism, that he was concerned with and describing. The close relationship that intellectuals had maintained with the social and political struggles and cultural movements that were outside the university had begun to diminish at this period, with many academics, or rather with many intellectuals turning into academics, producing institutionally sanctioned knowledge in search of funding, in search of rankings, in search of ratings. So at the analytic level, critique marks a refusal against closure and settlement. It's about keeping things always open-ended, dialogical, making sense and seeking truth. Truth with a small t. And at the affective level, critique is imbued, I want to say, with a certain impatience about the injustices and predicaments of our world, and a passion to overcome these. In the critical institution, there is no room for what David Scott, also writing about Stuart Hall, calls complacent satisfactions, secure doctrines, congealed orders, sedimented identities. Where am I going with this? This brief sketch of the notion of the university as a critical institution leads me to ask some questions, some critical questions, about the project of attempting to, or thinking about tethering institutions to the discourse and the project of human rights, especially human rights as conceived by organs linked to the United Nations, liberal democratic jurisprudence, and powered by what has been called the NGO industrial complex. Our specific panel is called upon to reflect on the role the university can play in the protection of human rights defenders. The UN defines human rights defenders as those who promote and protect human rights in a peaceful manner, and continues to state that human rights defenders are not only found within NGOs and intergovernmental organizations, but might also, in some instances, be government officials, civil servants, or members of the private sector. This definition raises two questions that I want to unpack briefly. The first question is, what is the ideology or the aesthetic of the human rights defender? Does it include the Black Lives Matter activists who believe in armed resistance against the US police state? Does it include the anarchist feminist who believes in direct action to mete out justice against domestic abusers or to vandalize sex shops? Does it include the radical environmentalist engaged in what is called ecotage, sabotaging corporations that pollute the environment, for example? That's the first question. Who is the human rights defender? Or is it like George and Amal Clooney and so forth? Then secondly, how can the university protect and affirm a contested concept such as human rights without violating its own intellectual values? By this I mean that outside of the very laudable idea that all human beings are deserving of equality, freedom, and dignity, human rights as an idea and as a practice has been the object of several critiques, almost too many to list. The liberal focus on state power failing to tackle deep-rooted structural power, the colonial and imperial history of human rights discourse rooted in a Western philosophical anthropology and social ontology, the opposition of human rights discourse for the most part to really radical confrontational politics, the valorization in human rights discourse of a very elitist conception of the rule of law, of judges and lawyers, their tendency to be deployed in a civilizational register that pits the enlightened West against the barbaric non-West, and of course the way they have been co-opted by funding agencies and multinational corporations. While there's no last word on any of these critiques, the debates that they have opened up illustrate that human rights as a discourse and as practice, along with its siblings like tolerance and multiculturalism and rule of law, is itself premised on cultural, political, philosophical, ideological and historical assumptions that are not only in need of continuous critical interrogation, but which have also been rivaled by more radical emancipatory alternatives. Consider the example of the Harvard Kennedy School controversy over the denial of a senior fellowship to Ken Roth. Now, Ken Roth was the former director of Human Rights Watch. Now, the dominant narrative about this case rightly denounced the undue influence that pro-Zionist donors exerted in pressuring Harvard to block Roth's appointment over the organization's position, especially on Israel and Palestine. This incident, of course, shows the dangers that imperil universities, corporatization, managerialism, authoritarianism. I agree with all of these critiques. But what was ignored were the many critiques of Human Rights Watch itself, its imperial post-Cold War politics, its excessive focus on civil and political rights versus social and economic rights, its bias against socialist governments, its support of US military intervention in Libya, and its silence over the coup in Haiti. Without adjudicating these critiques again, it is evidence that what was first presented as Roth's unquestionable record of human rights protection ended up surfacing serious questions regarding the contours, the priorities of that record. What are the choices, the exclusions, and the silences in Human Rights Watch's agenda? The university, rather than affirming either position, I want to suggest, ought to be a space where the debate, where the question, where the alternative can be engaged and posed. I'm very close to concluding. Critiques of human rights discourse and practice, of course, we know, do not deny that we live in a world beset by discrimination, victimization, violence, abuse, and repression against marginalized communities. But they question whether the discursive framing provided by human rights discourse can actually confront and resolve them in their deep-rooted manifestations. But importantly, these critiques underscore that human rights, despite its universal appeal, is indeed still just a discourse, just a practice, among many others competing in and for the political space. So, to conclude, what then is the role of the university in affirming values such as human rights? I'm going to very telegrammatically refer to 3 texts that I have been reading, each offering some way in and some way out. The first is Wendy Brown's recent book on nihilistic times. In her defense of universities as sites of democratic education, Wendy Brown suggests that rather than treating any values, such as, say, human rights, as self-evident truths, we should deliberately frame questions for our students that will enable them not to answer, but to ask and explore the question of what to value, what to oppose, and what to bring into the world and why. In the university, the critical university, we must examine and decide values, choose values, rather than impose them. That's Wendy Brown. The second, Fred Moten and Stefan Ahanu, the undercommons, I'm almost done, are taking inspiration from the Black Panthers' neighborhood patrols. They speak of something more radical. They speak of the notion of an undercommons, being against the law to generate law. For Moten and Hani, The Undercommons recognizes that study takes place within the sociality of everyday life, both within and most profoundly outside of the university. So for them, what's important is not the university as an institution, but the university as a site for the practice of study. They claim study as a subversive activity of outsiders, of fugitives, against the common and the proper, continuously elaborating what they call a general antagonism against injustice. Finally, Toni Morrison, in a lecture entitled, "How Can Values Be Taught in the University?" I'm not going to summarize her, I'm just going to quote her in closing. She writes, "If the university does not take seriously and rigorously its role as guardian of wider civic freedoms, as interrogator of more and more complex ethical problems, as servant and preserver of deeper democratic practices, then some other regime or menage of regimes will do it for us, in spite of us, and without us." Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Modiri. I now call upon Futhi Laura Nge, all the way from Cameroon, from the Center for Human Rights and Democracy in Africa.
Good afternoon. I'm Futhi Lorange from the Center for Human Rights and Democracy in Africa. I want to thank the organizers for inviting myself and my colleague for us to come and exchange ideas with such fine minds here. Only listening to the people before me, I can see that they've had a lot to say, and the task before me is very daunting. But I'm very glad because, thank you. But I'm very glad because my colleague has already simplified my work for me, so I'll have very little to say because I'll be throwing more light on what he has already said. So you see, Cameroon is located in Central Africa and has its tertiary educational system divided into 3 sections. We have private universities, we have public universities or state universities, and we have professional schools. And we have professional schools.
Technology.
The main mission of higher education in Cameroon is to produce, organize, disseminate professional, cultural, ethical knowledge for the purpose of development. We've realized that the state of Cameroon is being reputed for having very stringent control on all its tertiary education system, with the Minister of Higher Education as the chancellor of all tertiary educations. So, having seen how the state have treated human rights defenders in the past and the kind of control it has on its tertiary institutions, given the fact that my colleague had already told you that appointments are made by presidential decree, we have vice chancellor, rectors, deans, all being appointed by presidential decree, it is thereby safe to say that universities in Cameroon are not favorable grounds for human rights defenders. We've actually been talking the past days on how universities play a crucial role in fostering peaceful activism in fostering peaceful activism across the globe, which is very vital for the survival of the civic space. But unfortunately, that's not the case in Cameroon, even though recently moves have been made to liberalize this educational system. In 1998, we had some deregulations where the law number 98/004 was made it possible for the private sector to own and manage education system. But still, through the use of the National Advisory Council, the state still has strong control over the higher educational policies. So let's look at the reasons why it is very difficult for human rights defenders to be protected by universities in Cameroon. We have one, we realize that there is no national legal framework in Cameroon protecting human rights defenders. Though in 1990, with a lot of agitations, laws were passed such as Law number 90/42/52/53, which allowed for free entry and exit into Cameroon, freedom of associations, and freedom of demonstration. There is no particular legal instrument that actually protects the right of human rights defenders. And because of this, we have some senators that we, at the center, we actually do some work with. We have Senator Pierre Ngaya, who tabled a bill before the Senate of Cameroon, singularly to protect the rights of human rights defenders, but up to now, that bill has not been acted on or defended or presented in the Cameroon Senate. And the government has used the absence of these legal instruments to criminalize the work of human rights defenders, therefore making it very difficult for human rights defenders to work within Cameroon. I think we have an example of the first speaker on the panel this afternoon. She had a very sad experience visiting Cameroon. She was actually locked up and sent back. So you see, it's a very daunting task protecting human rights defenders in Cameroon, talk less of universities that is strictly being controlled by the state. We have the second main point is that the government of Cameroon makes use of the notion of national security to criminalize the work of human rights defenders. Law number 2014 on terrorism is what is mostly used by the Cameroon state at present to criminalize the work of human rights defenders. For example, we have the Radio France International Hausa correspondent who in 2017 was incarcerated for 10 months and asked to pay a fine of about 84,000 euros because they claim that he is supporting acts of terrorism and laundering related to terrorism. We also have the example of Barrister Nkongo Felix and Dr. Fontaine, who were the leaders of the English movement, the Cameroon Civil Consortium, that were fighting for the rights of lawyers and students and protecting the Cameroon English system of education, demanding for the release of students and lecturers that were captured by the government, who were incarcerated in January 2017 just for speaking out on behalf of the population and human rights defenders. To add more or buttress the fact of what my colleague was saying, the state interferes in every form of administration in the tertiary system. It has the advisory. We have the National Advisory Council, which not only takes care of programs done both by the public and private universities, it also recruits staffs and pays the staff. So before you become a university staff, the National Advisory Council must go through your credentials, both at home and abroad, to ensure that you can work within the system in Cameroon. And when such goes on, you find that more than 80% of the Cameroonian population depend on work or employment from the government. So with such control, they are unable to speak against the government. We have subtle ways the government also interferes in school management or tertiary management system in that it denies promotion to lecturers, it denies travel visas for academic conferences and for research or studies if they consider you unruly. The case of our president, Nkongo Felix, too, is still another example for. He was dismissed from the University of Buea, one of the first English universities in Cameroon, for setting up exams that were contrary to the views of the Cameroon. We have lecturer Bate Bisson, who was incarcerated for a short while, tortured, and thereby released because he, as an English and theater arts lecturer, staged a play entitled Beasts of No Nation. And according to the government, it alluded to their type of ruling, so he was incarcerated. We also have journalism lecturers and English lecturers from the University of Yaoundé who were also incarcerated because they participated in a television debate that was talking about the benefits of multipartism. Note that before 1990, Cameroon was operating as a single-party state, but it's only as a result of the agitations and the work of human rights defenders that in 1990, there was some liberalization in the political space, and now there is some sort of false multipartism, as I can say, because the ruling party, the CPDM, still takes care of everything. When it comes to election, they still give subsidies to parties to campaign. So it's just like it's a facade. They still control everything. So if we look at it, we realize that it's going to be a very daunting task for universities in Cameroon to protect human rights defenders. Yesterday, I was very happy with one of the discussions in the group where Ms. Tapiwa says that our university community, it's a representation of what the state is. And truly, if we can look at it, we realize that our university communities in Cameroon simply represent what is happening in Cameroon in general. And in order to make sure that, or ensure that universities can act as vessels of human rights protection, we also have to take care of all other causes that hamper the work of human rights defenders at large. So what I'm going to recommend is that international organizations and regional institutions should put pressures on African states in particular to internalize legal frameworks that solely protect human rights defenders, just like the case of Burkina Faso in 2017 and Mali in 2018. Why I'm saying this is because the Cameroonian government per se really values what the international community sees about them. That's because they largely depend on debts too from the foreign community. For example, when the English war started, I'll put it a war because even though the state does not want to realize it's a war we've lost a lot of life and we are barely surviving in the area. Internet was cut down from that area for 3 months. But it's because of international attention that internet was reinstalled. So I believe that if we come together, both regionally and internationally as an institution, and put some pressure on them, they'll be able to internalize legal frameworks that will protect human rights defenders in Cameroon. Cameroon also has a vision known as Vision 2035. In this vision, it hopes that Cameroon emerges in 2035 as a middle-income and industrialized country where poverty levels will be reduced to socially accepted levels, and you have a democratic and unified state. But the truth is that this cannot be achieved without an active civic space. So it is time for us to form a network of human rights defenders, associations, collaborating with universities to make them realize that human rights defenders are not their enemies. Human rights defenders are actually working with them to build better democratic structures for the betterment of the citizens. So I will be proposing that we make up institutions and collaborate, form networks and collaborate with universities, human rights defenders, and CSOs in order to make the government realize the importance of human rights defenders. I'll also recommend that while this collaboration is taking place, we educate the public on civic education. Let them know that those who come forth to fight for them actually do care for them and should not be left alone for their own demise. Because we have situations where parents, population, and a lot of people encourage and advise youths not to interfere in matters of the state just for security purposes, and the belief that human rights defenders have some form of protection and from funding from international communities. And so if anything happens to them, they can better take care of themselves. But it's time for the population to know that it is us together. Without them, we cannot do anything. And without their support, we cannot achieve any form of growth and development. I think I'll end here. Thank you.
you, Prof. Nge. I now call upon Prof. Hassan Shire, who is the visionary behind the networks of human rights defenders in Africa. He's the executive director of Defend Defenders and the chairperson of African Defenders. And he was at HRD in exile, so he knows most about jumping the Limpopo rivers. Thank you.
I can close this one, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Yeah, it's, you know, after lunch, it needs some boxings to start. So let me do now one sort of that. Today, I want to take this opportunity to remove myself from the notes which I prepared, but to directly interact with you in my personal story, which brings out the work thus far we have been doing. As you may recall, the world have reached a consensus after 15 years of struggle. Human rights organizations like Amnesty International to convince the global community the need for acknowledgement of the tremendous value of the work of human rights defenders. As you may also recall that protection, and up to now, as acknowledged by the state, stops at the National Human Rights Institution, which is being established by the parliament of each and every country and sanctions a certain amount of money through the budget. But the work all of us do as academicians, as lawyers, as students, as human rights NGOs, as individuals who raise active voice, who have never been acknowledged. 15 years of deliberations in 1998, December 9, the global community have reached a consensus and the Declaration of Human Rights Defenders was adopted. They could not agree even the title, this is a nickname. They could not agree even the title of human rights, who is a human rights defender. Groups and organs of societies, individually or in a group, promoting and protecting human rights and fundamental freedom without recourse to violence. It's a very long title that shows all the member states of the UN General Assembly were negotiating 15 years each and every bit of non-paper of that. And that consensus now, and I want to also bring that to our professor, acknowledges the way you divined it, the work cut out for human rights defenders, with I think 7, 8 articles, but largely also brought out from the Bill of Rights, assembly, association, conscience, right to receive foreign funding, bring an idea which is ahead of even your society, and you get away with that. No one should banish you. If you think now protection of LGBTI people and your society is still homophobic, you should not be targeted, because maybe in 20 years or 30 years your society will catch you. So that definition itself, and that day where I was standing along thousands of human rights defenders from all over the world, including the late Desmond Tutu and Tibetan leader Dalai Lama in a Palace de Charlotte in Paris, after we convened it here in November '98 in Pretoria as African Human Rights Defenders Conference organized by Amnesty. Then we become continuation committee group, went to the Global Assembly in Bari. Two things came, this Golden Declaration and also the end of impunity as we knew before by becoming a head of state and abuse your people. Pinochet,
those who are older than here in this room may know that he was in a clinic outside London, and his immunity was waived, and he was served arrest warrant by Spanish judge. So that ended on that, but also it ushered on that day what we call this declaration. And then, to put you first, Secretary General appointed Hina Jilani as somebody who have been really laid the foundation of the protection of human rights defenders by using the declaration, and then moved on into European Union, as you know that, the guidelines, African Union, Inter-American Commission, all of them have come up with mechanisms for the protection of human rights defenders. And this I'm repeating for the students who are in this hall to go back and see on that. But despite all that, still human rights defenders, and up to now, are being hunted down, killed, disappeared, arrested, and trumped up charges, denied source of income, family, blackmailed, beaten, name it, names which are not even commensurate to any human, and they live with that. So the question was, and some of them, they have to take their lives out of their country and relocate somewhere. So the question was, those who came out alive but exist in very precarious situations, why all that international goodwill existing there could not help them to reinvent themselves, to relaunch themselves, heal and rest and respite, and then continue the important work they are doing in a safe way? That was a question we confronted as a refugee, myself as a refugee in Canada, with a group of like-minded activists, to reflect on and cry loudly why we are doing that. Kamau is here, and Brian also, he was in the room, and a good number of people who joined later. We said, what's happening? So in 2002, in Kananaskis, at the group of 6 billion people, alternative platform to the G8 summit, we had a very robust panel, well attended at the University of Calgary, talking about human rights defenders as part of the human security, the Kimberley process, the landmines, responsibility to protect, and the protection of human rights defenders. We put in the center of the conversation. That recommendation helped academic, and that's where I'm bringing the universities, institutions picking up this risky group who run away from their continent, to receive them and give them space to reflect on and bring out, as part of the York research, York University in Canada, to bring, it took time, the governance to approve this program because of the risk element, because these people, they are returning back to the continent, researching gaps and all that. So the principal interrogator will be a York University professor. What are the implications if these people are disappeared or killed and all that? So there were a lot of debate. But York University, Canada, took a brave decision. And up to now, the project of human rights defenders is part of the York research. They accepted, they said, you be in our midst, with facilities like any other research team, receiving grants from the university, and also fundraising on your own. And that's how this program started. Then we finished the interrogation. 4 gaps have been identified. The first one, protection, both preventive and reactive protection, was not possible in the continent. And in Latin America, where Gloria, who came from Colombia, was part of the research in her own. Networks were not there. Coalitions, they were not there. So if you are individual and you are at risk, you have to run. That's all.
There's no other way. Later on, I'll give you an example. In Kenya, in 2007, when it happened, already we had a coalition, and the coalition jumped on, and most of the Kenyans were relocated from Rift Valley to Nairobi, Nairobi to maybe Mombasa. Only few have to cross the border to Uganda, which we accepted, and you know, the networks function as a hub of solidarity. Then preventive, where tools are being transferred to, oh, that's 5 minutes, you said, yeah. Okay. And then you might find, I think we have to take stories now. In the night or some in a fire, we have to come together and tell stories, because, you know, these 5-minute things cannot work in this conversation, yeah. So that itself was not there. Second, problem we found was the tremendous voices of human rights defenders, particularly those who are the margins of society, were not heard. They have never accessed the platforms. Now, in this space, I met a group of South Africans. I only used to meet them at the African Commission, led by my sister here. So it means we engage now the UN Human Rights Council, we engage African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and other bodies, and bring voices from South Sudan, from Mali, from different places, to bear with the issue, and they articulate what's happening on there. So advocacy was not there. Third thing was capacities. Human rights defenders, they need a capacity. It's a specific capacity. If you come here and have a press conference here, and you say something happened somewhere and 200 people died, even though there were only 2 people, you discredit yourself. So methodologies, tools for learning have to be accessed by the human rights defenders, so that they become professional what they are doing, so that they don't look fools when they speak. The fourth one was a lack of protocol of protection. Either you might find a frontline defender, who's my brother here represents, maybe supporting a journalist from Ethiopia. And then the same journalist maybe supported 3, 4 other organizations. Repetitiveness, and also lack of holistic support, which, you know, so when frontline says we remove the person, defenders may say that we capacitate, we give equipment to work with. Another organization, CBJ, will say we provide 6 months of trainings of journalists to improve. So it means it becomes a package when cooperation takes place. And I think we can claim that that protocol, we establish it in Africa now. So each and every organization, we work together, we do it. I will give you my recommendations and all that in writings, but I want to take 4 things out here. With the universities, we have been working research and advocacy on human rights defenders' protection to build resilience. Is one of the aspects where the students who are here have to look at it. Implementation of joint training and capacity building programs with human rights organizations. There should be a centers of excellence in each and every university where this kind of practice, grassroots human rights defenders, not necessarily scholars, but people who are in your communities can come, who are activists, to learn and to be trained. Protection support and solidarity with human rights defenders at risk. Don't be afraid of them. These are modern prophets who have been displaced by circumstance beyond their control. Welcome them. Make them at home. And the fourth, accountability initiatives and strategic litigations. That's where the lacking is. Many area of action at the African Court on Human and People's Rights and others need specialized kind of things, helping them to conceptualize the cases they have and to litigate. And regional and international human rights mechanisms, we must apply on that. I want also to thank York University, University of York, the workshop together we have done here, particularly the Center of Applied Human Rights. There was a policy and action plan drawn upon insightful and dynamic discussion that took place during the 2 vast events convened by African defenders,
The first event was workshop that took place in November 2018 entitled The Role of Universities in Strengthening Civic Space, hosted in Cape Town, South Africa, in conjunction with the Center for Applied Human Rights, University of York. The workshop brought together academics, university staff, civil society actors, and HRDs from around the world to map existing university-based responses to the closing civic space in Africa. And I think that study have the comments you can always write to us, we can forward to you. The second event was webinar held in August 2022 on the theme Strengthening Collaboration Between Universities and Civil Society Organizations, concentrating action for enhancing collaboration between universities and civil society organizations were discussed during the webinar. I'm glad to hear more on this panel and discuss can help shape further our cooperation and lessons from others. I thank you so much for your indulgence.
Thank you so much. As we have limited time, we have 25 minutes for question and answer session. So if you can already raise up your hands so that we take note. But I would like to thank Colette for reminding us of the importance of regional solidarity in fighting for human rights and reaffirming that universities are a part of our community as human rights defenders and should support human rights defenders and disadvantaged communities. We also thank Prof. Modiri for highlighting universities as a space of contestations and examining and upholding values of human rights defending. Futi gave us a case study of Cameroon building universities as vessels of human rights protection and its impact on research and development. And there was a call for a network of collaboration between universities and civil society organizations. Prof. Shire reminded us of the journey of at-risk human rights defenders and how the universities can offer them a place of sanctuary, as well as for them to reinvent, innovate, and reflect, as well as have rest and respite. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to thank the panelists or the presenters for the wonderful presentations. I want to comment on the human rights situation. I'm just giving a comment to support Futi Laura. In Cameroon, human rights defenders are attacked day by day and from the government using the 2014 anti-terrorism law, which has a very massive effect on the human rights defenders, because the definition of what terrorism is still hanging on the air, and the law has been passed, and most of the time, this law targets human rights defenders, especially those who are doing monitoring, documenting, and reporting, like the Center for Human Rights and Democracy in Africa. And I want to comment that we have been doing a lot of advocacy against this law and a lot of advocacy against such laws. And what I encourage is that universities can also carry on with advocacies when they discover a lacuna in laws, such as the anti-terrorism law of 2014 in Cameroon. It means universities can play a key role because this is an institution or institutions that researchers and activists, they have a lot of opportunity to clearly identify issues and how they can address these issues at the academic level and issues that really affects our society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed the presentations. I think my question is more just around the memories that Colette shared, because I share those memories, Colette. You know, when I joined the University of the Western Cape as a young student in 1993, South Africa was just at the turning point, you know, from the apartheid story that you have shared, and the site that we are actually in today was a site of struggle, a site of protest, a site of liberation towards what we now know as democracy in South Africa. It's not yet Uhuru, I think Colette has shared beautifully with us. And I think it's not yet Uhuru, not just out there, but also within here as well. And we still exist as bodies that identify as human rights defender scholars. And Hassan, you would know, and Colette, some of us grew under your hands. And some of us ran to your offices when we said we are being harassed, and some of us facing almost death because of doing this work on the front line. And I think my question then is about how do we do the work of protection of a defender that is a scholar within a university? Because many a times our definitions, and I think we spoke about this yesterday, our definitions of a human rights defender may be limiting. And I'll make a very, very simple scenario. Human rights defense requires that if you have to run out of your country or out of your university or go into hiding, that you need to be able to get assistance immediately, whether it's a flight or accommodation or a place of safety, or even being defended against your own chancellor or vice chancellor at a university. You know, there are many stories that have happened. We know stories of people like the former vice chancellor of UCT and many other stories, right? That's the work of defense. And it looks like that when you're within a university and you are marginalized to a point where you are probably even at a point of wanting to take your own life. And it is as serious as that. And I know that it's sugar-coated in this beautiful atmosphere that is called democracy, but it is just a sugar coating. There's really woundedness that lies underneath there. So my question is, how do we then ensure that we heal the wounds of a defender within the scholarship of rage, within the scholarship of what we call protection, because it's actually rage? And how do we reposition the military, right? Because I think if you're going to do the work of defense of those of us who speak on the front line, we are always going to be faced by a gun in front of us in order to do the work of defending that we need to be doing. And without interrogating, the repositioning of the military, when a soldier comes into these premises and say, I'm coming here to protect the university, because that's the same language, right? They use the same language. We come here to protect the university from burning down. We come here to protect the university and the management, right? Whoever the management is, because there's many of us who are in leadership in these institutions. How do we deal with that? And some of us, I remember, Colette, we were saying when we were marching on the pavements, we say, President Cyril Ramaphosa, can we please have the military providing water to people that are marching? Can the military provide sandwiches and food to those who are protesting? Because protest is a language of democracy. Can we remove the gun from our streets? So for me, I see that imagination being centered in what we are calling the work of human rights defending. We are not saying that the military has got no place in our society, but we are saying let us redefine that place. And clearly for us, it is not a place of a gun. In Cameroon, people will agree. In the DRC, people will agree. In Uganda, people will agree. And we agree with that in South Africa as well. Let us reimagine a gunless military that has got a more responsible role of safety, more than the work of impunity.
Any more questions or interventions from the floor? Okay. Thank you. Maybe Colette, you can answer some of the questions.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much for the comments and, you know, very difficult comments that you're making from the floor. And all I can say, Hassan will also add on this, is that, you know, the work of a human rights defender is a selfless work, you know. You put others first, and regardless of the consequences. And the process, as Hassan was explaining, of developing a mechanism that will really give acknowledgement to the, you know, victories or the encouragement that the human rights defenders and the work of the human rights defenders in very risky environment have been, you know, advancing across the world. I think it has made an attempt to give us a clear definition, you know, even though it's not really a very straightforward response. Who is a human rights defender? For me, as I read the Declaration of Human Rights, giving each human being the responsibility that you cannot sit and watch when human rights are violated. An example is when Rwanda, there was genocide in Rwanda. South Africa was just it was South Africa's advent of democracy. And when we were contributing to development of the Constitutive Act, there is a provision there, they call it Mandela Modular, because Nelson Mandela ensured that states do not, you know, he created what you call responsibility to protect, that we cannot all sit and watch when human rights are violated. Now we have that responsibility, each individual in this room. As long as we speak about your right to health, even if, you know, you do not describe yourself, you do not see yourself as a human rights defender, we are all human rights defenders. You are a teacher, you are providing education, you are creating an environment for thinking. This is the rights. You are promoting the rights of individuals. So we need to first understand the concept of human rights, that it is an inherent right. Rights are not borrowed, rights are not inherited. You have them because you are a human being. That aspect of humanity, we need to realize that it was stripped. We were stripped of those rights. That's why it becomes very difficult to understand our duties and our responsibilities. And then also we've seen many human rights defenders joining new, for example, I'll make an example of Utanani Maseko, who is with us now. This woman has lost her husband who was brutally murdered in front of the children. There are many people who have joined this movement because their family members were persecuted. And once that happens to you, you don't think twice. You go and face the barrel of the gun. Like we were prepared to die in South Africa during apartheid, that we might as well lose our lives. So the work of a human rights defender is a relentless one, and all humanity owe to each other to protect one another. The university was part and parcel in terms of our understanding, the lawyers, the judges in South Africa who were advancing apartheid laws. The universities had to comply by limiting, restricting education to black people. So they were an instrument. They were part and parcel of that damage. And they have a responsibility to join in protecting human rights defenders. And when we do that, we look at our surrounding circumstances, as I was saying, that abnormality that we are seeing. We need to really contribute towards addressing those imbalances and the reflection that we are seeing, the brutal murders that we are seeing, the brutal violence that we are seeing, the living conditions that have deteriorated when rights are enshrined in our Constitution. So I really want to encourage capacity building, the training, for all of us to come and have this kind of dialogues, to have open engagement, to speak about the rights and responsibilities that we all owe to each other. The society around us here, we can see that they feel brutalized. Social justice is needed. People need to go healing. There are organizations that are providing those services because it has become so abnormal that we have a beautiful constitution sitting on a very volatile environment, and we are not achieving the expected results. So I cannot say that we have a straight answer. I think it evolves over time. And I can also, one thing that I want to congratulate the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, that when Mrs. Danele Maseko herself went to the African Commission where her husband was advocating for democracy in his country, she used the platform. She spoke, and we have a resolution which is requiring the state of Eswatini, or Swaziland, as Mary will say, to investigate the brutal murder of our brother. They have listed 5 aspects. Who is going to help us? We do not have any resources. We don't want such crimes to prevail in our country. We need your support. You've got resources. You can help us to ensure that the African Commission conduct their job without fear of reprisals. So it will remain like that for so many years. Children will know that my dad was murdered. The African Commission has passed this resolution, and that's it. So we all have a responsibility and to support one another. The university is best institution. They educate. Their education must be protected. Their education goes a long way. They cannot educate us, teach us, and then when we implement, they want to close shop or fold their hands. They are part and parcel of humanity. Universities is a juristic person. It can sue and be sued in its own name. And we are inviting you, and we want to collaborate with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. I'll pass it along the mic to Prof. Modiri. Yes, we can hear you now.
I didn't hear much of a question for me, but I was thinking now that there's a conference on social justice happening at another university here in the Cape, and I just saw the program starts with the singing of the national anthem, the reading of the preamble of the Constitution. I'm very uncomfortable with that. Law students reading oaths, citing the Bill of Rights and so forth. I think the university is a space that's differentiated. I come from a university that has a very strong center for human rights, as you might know. I think they do enormously important work, but I think the university also does more. It also questions, it also asks what is being silenced, what is being limited, in how we think about the discourse of human rights. And so I absolutely think that universities should be connected and attuned to the struggles of the day. And I think in different contexts, the more illiberal, radically authoritarian societies that we have on the continent and in other places, perhaps there is a case to make for universities to be more outrightly centered on human rights. But I would be careful. It's the same as universities that call themselves SDG universities or Fourth Industrial Revolution universities. I'm worried about that. The university is open, and that also means open to the risk and the critique. So I would still insist that the university ought to value more than just human rights, while also, of course, being a space for human rights defenders. The stories that my colleagues told you would be wonderful to share with our law students, for them to understand what's at stake, that it's not just reading provisions, but there's a whole lived experience of struggle. But the struggle is deeper. There's a debate about whether, for example, Malcolm X or Steve Biko were human rights activists, and many of their biographers and people who write about them say actually they were not human rights activists. They were something more radical. They were pushing something more. So I think what I would say for the university is the university must hold out always that something more. One last story. Several years ago, I was in the United States and I had sat in a meeting of Black Lives Matter activists where one person very seriously argued for the need to take armed resistance seriously. And what he meant by that was very specific. He meant that as soon as young black children in those communities of age, they are taught responsible use of firearms, they know how to defend themselves against police if they have to, and ultimately the idea that they have a right to defend themselves against racial abuse in the United States. And I remember the debate ending with basically someone saying, if we went that route, we're going to lose funding, and all the people who promote us and all our donors and all the celebrities who post about us are not going to support us. And so I think that just showed me something about human rights defending, and maybe the human rights defender versus, say, the revolutionary. Maybe it's a pipe dream, but he really meant that the urgency of police violence in the United States required something much more radical than sitting in commissions and so forth, but actually empowering communities to defend themselves against police brutality. And that meant very seriously taking armed resistance seriously. And I just remember that people thought this person is crazy. And so I'd like to hold space for someone like that as well.
The comment from Futi.
Thank you. Yeah, why it's unfortunate that many people who join the military act like robots because they follow the agenda of the ruling government. It will be safe for us as human rights defenders to practice strategic dialogue and look for ways to practice physical security and even digital security, because as a common balance in our area is we say that a dead human rights cannot bring about any change. Interestingly, connecting to what Prof just said, sorry, I don't know if I used the right. We have an alumni group of yearly young leaders, and interestingly enough, I think human rights defenders in Africa have a lot of work cut out for them. Because in the group now, what is ongoing in the forum is that more than 50% of these young leaders are advocating for violence in order to make their voices heard. They believe that democracy has not yielded any positive result in Africa, and they are applauding what is ongoing in Niger and Burkina Faso. So if we are not able to practice safety in all aspects and use diplomatic and strategic ways to put our point across, Africa will end up in a boiling pot of war. Thank you.
And lastly, as we conclude the session, Prof. Shire.
Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you. My sisters, they have already touched on, so I won't repeat it. The misunderstanding of protection mechanisms is that a lot of people think that the way UNHCR works, you have to cross international border in order to access protection grant or protection package. That's the disinformation. You are better, human rights defender is a better when they are within their communities. So all efforts must be placed by all the people concerned about the well-being of human rights defenders, that the human rights defenders become resilient within their own communities. And when you are teaching academically, you must be resilient where you have been working on. That resilience building itself is a protection. Therefore, There's no obligation for you to come out from Zimbabwe, suppose, and come to South Africa in order to access protection. You should be protected when you are in Zimbabwe if you want to continue the work you want to do. Secondly, there are first area needs scholars here to understand. There's scholars at risk. There are overlapping generosity of scholarship, of grants, and others available, but I think you need only to know and to apply and access. So when you are a scholar and staying in your university, you can still, and if you are being threatened academically, if you are being threatened physically, you can still access a protection program from various sources, including Ubuntu Hub Cities, which we are running on the Pan-African program. One thing, again, we have to underline, particularly I'm talking to the universities, is that human rights defenders, they don't like to be in exile. Again, that's a misconception. I give you an example. Open Society, East Africa Initiative, now Open Society Foundations, and defenders, we collaborated in 2 groups, and then later on other groups. Sudanese human rights defenders in 2009, when al-Bashir was indicted by the ICC, a great deal of them have been tortured, arrested, and they have to run from Sudan. They come to Kampala. They formed a very celebrated organization called African Center for Justice and Peace Studies, which became the premier research institution again to monitor what's happening in Sudan more effectively even than when they were inside Sudan. Where are they now? Entirely they returned to Sudan during the civilian government. 7 of them, they were top officials in the Prime Minister's office, providing a brain to the transition. 5 of them, they become governors in Darfur. All HRDs we protect. In Ethiopia now, it's the same. Everyone returned to Ethiopia to provide a leadership and to join the government, to join civil society, and rebuild the country. After they've been rested, respited, and then empowered, trained, they went back. And these universities I'm talking about, they were part of that. We sent those students. I remember a grant, specifically Sudanese scholars, Open Society Foundation provided. And majority of them, they went UK, different universities, and all of them now they are in Khartoum. And now with this challenge happening, majority of them, they just want to remain around the region to go back again when opportunity arises. So these are the leaders of tomorrow. You see, this is only sandals and small jacket and trouser, but they are tomorrow's leaders. So I want universities to encourage them, to welcome them, to listen to them, and to facilitate their well-being so that they make our continent better again. Thank you. I think that's where I stop now.
Thank you so much. And that ends our session. We're going into a coffee tea break for about 15 minutes. Okay, I think there's a question from the floor. George? Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm moved by what Hassan has just shared to respond as follows. And I speak not on behalf of, but as a person who, so I work at the Open Society Foundations, so that's my declaration. And sort of I'm speaking, reflecting how internal debates among funders view or respond the internal attitudes about human rights defense work. It's sort of, given how the continent is shaping, the peace and security challenges that we all face around the continent are not getting fewer, they're actually increasing. Every conflict that we face in our region has as one of its consequences a challenge around human rights defenders who, because they respond to that challenge, they then face additional risk and have got to, their safety comes into question, and then they have to relocate, or special measures for their protection have to be considered. So if you think of only the recent conflicts, say in the Horn and East Africa, if you think that there has had to be a response to the human rights defenders that are involved in Ethiopia, the Tigray region, and then you've had a new conflict that has just started in affecting Amhara. You've had the civil war, because that is what it is, that started in Sudan 3 months ago, and there is a specific targeting in the Sudan of all the non-military leaders on all sides, because the two military formations view that group, the civilians, as a risk to both of them. That unites them, and so you've had a special risk to that category, and they flee into all the neighboring countries. And there are consequences for human rights defense, because the burden of defense increases, and there isn't an exit point, because it's very long-term work. The moment a person enters into a need for defense, there isn't necessarily an exit point for them from that situation. And there is a compounding of challenges for those who are involved in the defending work. How that then manifests on the part of funders is the needs are so overwhelming that one feels, why even bother, or even if you're able to, even if you care, we haven't got, first of all, the amount of resources required to be effective in any way. But secondly, this is sort of thankless work, so why do it in the first place? So I'm encouraged by what Hassan said, because it represents results that are not necessarily always documented, acknowledged, known about, or discussed by or among or in the eyes or in the face of funders, because the only way to arrest that sense of fatigue, that sense of resignation, that what we are doing is actually trying to hold back the ocean with our bare hands, which we can't do. The only way to do that is to demonstrate that the work that has been done actually has consequences of the kind that you've talked about. So I would say maybe because there are many levels of decision making inside funding organizations, exposure to the results that you've described, because those are results, is necessary work to keep a commitment to the resourcing part of the work that you're doing interested in continuing to support that work. So I really just wanted to say that, in addition to my congratulations and acknowledgement of the massive value of the work that happens, and the fact that that work is useful, is necessary, produces results, and helps to stabilize societies.
Thank you, George. With that said, I think we can continue these conversations at a later stage, but we have 10 minutes for a coffee break, and we'll be back in here at 1. This is how you know I'm tired. 3. Okay, see you guys later. and hope that they'll filter in. Good afternoon, everyone. As you should know already, my name is Buitumelo Papani. I am a member of the Center, the Politics and Urban Governance Research Group, a former fellow of the Center of Humanities Research, I know. And I've been the one who's emailed you. I think everyone knows my name by now. So I have the privilege today to introduce speakers who I admire, who we consider experts in the particular theme of the session. And we have Adriano Nuvunga. Please correct me if I'm pronouncing it incorrectly. From the Center of Democracy and Development, Southern Defenders. We also have Bevel Lucas. I feel kind of weird calling him by that because I know him as Uncle Bevel. And he's from #ReclaimTheCity, as well as ILRIC, International Labor Research and Information Group. We have Andre Keat, who edited a book I co-authored in, and he's from the he's a research chair for the Critical Studies in Higher Education Transformation. So he's also the DVC of Engagement and Transformation at the Nelson Mandela University in South Africa. So without wasting any more time, I think we will call on our first speaker to address us, and that is Adriano.
Good afternoon. Boa tarde. I am Adriano Nuvunga. I come from Mozambique. I was asked to talk about my experience in the relationship, the collaboration between universities and civil society. I'm an activist, but I'm also a professor at the Edward Mondlane University. I will be speaking this afternoon a bit from what I have seen, focusing on Mozambique and Angola. The reason why I focus on Mozambique is in Angola is because we are PALOPs. We are the African Portuguese-speaking countries. Nós falamos português, though I will try to communicate it to you this afternoon in English. I entitled it Symbiotic Collaboration Between Universities and Civil Society. And I have seen 3 waves of that symbiotic collaboration. The first wave is in the wake of the structural adjustment programs and the HIPIC speaking to highly indebted poor countries, where governments at the time, African governments, were seeking expertise from universities to support them in the ideation, in understanding the concepts, in how to engage with multilateral institutions, the World Banks, the IMFs, in order to try to set things right. And at that time, civil society organizations were in good terms with governments. Therefore, collaboration with universities, it was easy because the agenda was the same, that of pushing multilateral institutions to rescue our economies and societies. We have seen professors from universities traveling together with civil society organizations to the capitals of the world to make the case for the pardoning of Africa's debt. All was going very well. The second wave is when the third wave of democratizations swept the African continent. We have seen important departments in public universities working closely with civil society organizations in trying to bring democracy, elections concept to work. They have tried to make democracy work through a number of activities, working closely, universities and civil society organizations. It was at that time in the context of Mozambique and Angola that we have seen the most vibrant civil society organizations being established. Most of the most vocal civil society organizations in Mozambique, they resulted of classroom working groups that have evolved to grow into civil society organizations. In 2005, we established CIP, the Center for Public Integrity. The founding members of that organization, that is one of the most vocal anti-corruption organizations, not only in Mozambique, but in Southern Africa. It resulted of our group at the department. And we have seen much collaboration taking place there because the themes and the issues, they were all aligned, and the government was still okay with that. But as we moved to the second elections in the country, we started to see that government was no longer comfortable with the relationship between civil society and universities. Because around that time, and remember, Mozambique and Angola, they all came from not only a liberation struggle, but a civil war that made democracy. I had colleagues yesterday talking about how democracy is being instrumentalized. But in the context of Mozambique and Angola, democracy, it meant the instrument for national dialogue, the post-war national dialogue. So because around that time, both governments, Mozambique and Angola, they were manipulating governance as they started not to see the numbers, the democratic demographics in favor of their maintenance in power. Then they started to manipulate the universities. And universities now moved from being an open space for collaboration with civil society to closing the door. John Gaventa would call that conceptually an invited space. So universities moved from that context of invited space to collaborate with civil society as the agenda was no longer serving the interest of the ruling parties. Then we saw a new dynamic that of created space. In the context of created spaces, we have seen more collaboration between civil society organizations, particularly those operating in the sphere of governance, democracy, and human rights, supporting professors, supporting lecturers, Because remember, in these two countries, we have a limited democratic space. The most important implication of that is that government is the sole opportunity for economic gain. So if you want something, you have to be in good terms with the government. So then civil society created a new opportunity for professors, for lecturers that wanted to keep their independence, to have something. But that collaboration with professors and lecturers, it also resulted in advancing democracy in the sense that given the limited space, civil society needed universities and various departments to keep their independence. If not formally, but key professors to keep that independence. So civil society supported those like-minded professors to keep independent, particularly in the field of constitutionalism. In most of these countries, we have constitutions, but we don't have constitutionalism. And we need independent lawyers, independent public intellectuals in the universities to keep independent. Civil society has provided that platform. And I have seen also collaboration in the field, in the space of created spaces. Universities not going directly to interact with universities because they have closed the space. But I've seen, not only in Mozambique and Angola, cases where civil society organizations, they have supported new or young human rights defenders. They have given space for young human rights defenders to keep the faith in doing the right thing. Let me give you a few examples. I have seen civil society organizations in Zambia supporting students when the government decided to close the Copperbelt University. Some civil society organizations were not directly involved, but they were there giving the support, not only giving that direct support, but more importantly, speaking out about the injustices of keeping that university closed. In Zimbabwe, when the government detained Job Sikala at the university, students stood to say this is not correct. And I've seen various civil society organizations standing in support of that cause, and more importantly, standing behind the young human rights defenders that decided to strike against that. And I would like, with your permission, to read some of the names of those students that paid the high price for standing against injustice. There is nothing magic in reading these names, but in reading these names, we show support to them, we show support to the cause of fighting injustice. These names include Benjamin Watadza, Emmanuel Shitima, Comfort Mpofu, Leonel Madamombe, Gamushirai Chabu Ramunda, and Darliton Sigwena. These are some of the students that paid high price for standing against injustice. Some of these, they have been receiving support from civil society organizations, direct or indirectly. I have seen here in South Africa also, when students stood in the movement, fees must fall. I've seen organizations standing with that cause of those students. So it is not necessarily in this second wave of created space. They are created space because government is closing that space of direct relationship. So I've seen organizations supporting that cause and that movement. So as I move to conclude, this symbiotic relationship between universities and civil society organizations, it has taken different forms and manifestations. But it has, in the context of Mozambique and Angola, given opportunity for scholars and young students to stand, because they have seen that in the context of society, there are organizations that are standing behind their cause, that are giving them the support that they need to continue their work. So this is happening, though the space is closing, but for what I'm seeing, the way that this is happening, it keeps the hope that that relationship will keep feeding will keep feeding democracy, will keep feeding the human rights defending and the rule of law in the context of Mozambique in Angola. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adriano. When you said invited spaces, I thought of political theory. That's the first thing that we are taught, Gaventa. And where we come from, we also taught to think of invented spaces. And Prof. Anciano smiling at the back, and I think she can agree that sometimes we don't position ourselves in the spaces that are made for us, but we create the spaces that are justifiably ours, and we claim it, and that's what human rights defenders tend to do. I'm going to introduce Bevel Lucas to the stage, and he can stand up and come and speak to us.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to say to the organizers and to, can I call you Comrade Tumi? It's just a little bit easy. I come from a particular background, and I've worked for many years in the labor movement. And in the organized labor movement, everyone is a comrade. And in post-apartheid South Africa, everyone also became a comrade, which is a little bit problematic. But I want to start off with looking at a particular history of this relationship between civil society and the universities. And I want to start off by looking at what happens in a particular moment in South Africa. In the 1960s, there was a lot of bannings by the apartheid state on civil society movements, and one of them was a number of trade union leaders were banned, but the organization was not banned. But what happens in the 1970s is that a big wave of strikes occurs in the city of Durban, which is commonly referred to as the Durban 73 strikes. But these strikes occur in a particular moment where there's no organization of the strike. As a result of the strike, workers begin to form new organizations. They begin to form their own organization. But at that particular time, there was also student protests, and there were a number of students throughout the country, particularly white students, who were in different universities, who then organized what was then became known as the Wages Commission. And a number of those white, what we refer to among certain circles as the white left within the student movement, rendered their intellectual capabilities to build the trade unions. And so we then begin to see how union movements with young people, with young students, begin to engage with the institution also. Because what they had to do was to establish how are they going to support these black workers who en masse take to the streets and then organize themselves. So the Wages Commission, in my view, is a way in which we begin to see how that relationship between the university and civil society starts to take a particular stance. And that stance essentially is to rebuild the trade union movement, but for the black workers to begin to assert themselves in the building of that formation. Moving a bit forward, we come into the early 1980s, and another formation starts to take place, namely called the South African Colleges of Education, SACED, which was headed and initiated by one of the most profound thinkers in Africa, namely Dr. Neville Alexander. And in a few days' time, we will be celebrating his work and his life that his works that he did in his lifetime through the universities, but also with civil society. So you have moments in our history where individuals make the choice, and the point that I made earlier this morning, that is how the individual makes a choice to begin to assert a particular position, but also to be able to make that choice that this is the commitment that I make to the transformation of the communities of the society that I work with. So through SACED, once again, another relationship, another moment emerges where young students who have not been able to complete their high school studies are then afforded that opportunity. Young university students are then given support for their studies. So I speak to this because this is the experience that I have with this particular issue of the relationship between civil society and the universities. Come into the 1980s, another lived experience that I had is with the formation of what has been mentioned earlier called ILRIG, International Labor Research Information Group. Now, ILRIG was formed by a number of academics to look at different aspects of the international role of the formation of civil society. And they then go on to produce popular booklets on Brazil, on Mozambique, on Botswana, on Kenya, and the nature in which these books are drafted and written is to be able to speak to second language English speakers. So it takes the format of adult education, it takes the format of a popular version of a particular narrative. And that is once again a way in which civil society engages with the trade union movement, engages with activists around internationalism, and also in a particular context of Africa. In that ever since then, there's always been this notion that we have to pronounce on Africa, we have to share information about Africa. And so some of us get involved in that work via that way of being able to extract intellectual properties and to access intellectuals from the establishment, to cross the line basically, to go over the railway line and to associate itself with the working class, with the poor, but who also begin to form their own formations, whether it's in the trade union movement, whether it's faith-based, whether it's in communities, but they then begin to come into that fold. And that's the fold that I come into. And what we then do is we then have to think of other ways of having to develop this popular way of educating people. And moving on, we then come into the work that I'm currently involved in, namely City Occupied. Yesterday we saw a clip of the video production that we did about the occupation in Woodstock, in which I live, but also the City Occupied project speaks to not only the documentary, but it speaks to the life stories of some of the people who live in the occupation, and a production of what is referred to as a zine, online narrative, is produced. So we have the documentary, we have the zine. But there's something profoundly that takes place before the end production. The academics who wanted to work with us, we asked them to draft a proposal. And we'd like them to come and meet with the leadership of the occupation. And that's about 12 or 15 of us. And they had to accept that you are only here on our invitation. You are only here for us to hear what you are proposing. There's no decision yet. So we want to interrogate your proposal. So we have that. And we then reach consensus. All right, after 3 or 4 meetings, we then say, look, it sounds good. We think we can work with it. Now comes the big question. The construct of this project will have to spell out the question of ownership of the material that is to be developed, must spell out the intervention and the relationship between us as the leadership, between the people who live in the occupation, and the work that you wish to carry out in the City Occupied. So what we then do is that we have all these discussions, and we reach a consensus that these are the people that is going to be working with you. We will have the leadership activists to engage with you as the academics, so we have this relationship between the academics and the non-academics and the social activists. And that, in many ways, was very good to have that interrogation prior to the commencement of the production of any of this work. And in doing that, we were able to reach consensus to make the production. One part of the work that I want to speak to is about the international aspect of that work. Part of the proposal of the project was to engage with activists in housing and land struggles in Brazil, in Sao Paulo, and in Colombia, in the city called Bogota. Now, why was that important? That was important because we wanted to hear what are the activists also in those parts of the world saying and doing, and how that knowledge of production that is undertaken there, how do we share our own knowledge of production here in Cape Town with them also, around questions of not only land and housing, but the writing of the material, the production of that knowledge, and how that rests within the communities in a sense of ownership, not by an individual ownership, but by virtue of a collective ownership, and that can pronounce on the way in which that consultation, that collaboration stems from a mutual respect between the two parties, and how the parties would be able to continue with that kind of work. So I want to say thank you for listening to our making of the City Occupied project, and hopefully in the questions we can hear more about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Uncle Bevel. I think I'll keep the familial thing. It also reminds me that I'm an African person, and even though I always keep to time, I hate it. But unfortunately, that's how events go. One thing that I really want to touch up on is what you said around the idea of having a participatory research method in comparison to consultation. I think that's very based on business, and we go there with a mindset of something that we already know, and we just want to basically confirm what we already believe. So I think that's a point for academics to actually consider. We have Andre Keat. Please take the stage.
Thanks so much, Boitumelo. And then, of course, Fiona and Paul for inviting me, and your other colleagues as well. On a topic central to the work of the research chair, which I occupy at the present moment at Mandela University. I have, incidentally, been engaging with Paul's work for the past 10 years or so, when I started off that Institute for Reconciliation at the University of the Free State. So it's good to connect in this way, and I'm also a UWC alumnus of the 1980s, and it's always a delight to come back here. The university, I must say, looks amazing. I would also like to make more time to collaborate better with the Center for Humanities Research here at UWC. I always feel like something has been stolen from me if I don't get a chance to engage with that work. And of course, through the book project, Felicia and I are also now connecting with Boitumelo, Fiona, and their colleagues in this great work, of course. And the big treat, of course, is linking with great friends from across our continent when we work through the system of the African Commission for Human People's Rights in the 2000s. The reason why I'm smiling and laughing is because we were a fairly naughty bunch at that time, so it's really fantastic to see them all again. So thanks for bringing us all together. So I would like to, in advance, salute the work of human rights defenders in very difficult and trying circumstances on our continent and elsewhere. I stand in admiration. My critical stance on human rights is thus not a dismissal, but a pursuit of insurgent renewal, which are at the roots of the productive critiques of human rights that have emerged over the past 3 decades. So please read it and hear it as such. So Joel referred to these critiques earlier on, and I think that we should take his argument about contestations and the nature of the university seriously. A critical university may well be a very good human rights defender, whilst also being critical of human rights. So the question before us, and one that touches on both theory and praxis, one that links ideas of the university, civil society, and human rights with the actualization of transformative work within the university. But this civil society is an expansive one on the spectrum of activism, from the unruly, the revolutionary, to the liberal, the reformist, the governed to the ungoverned, from the disciplined and to the refusal to be disciplined. So in reflecting on the working paper before us, as I was asked to do, I would argue there to be three central dimensions for an emancipatory future wherein the university civil society nexus could lead to substantive democratic and human rights grounded change. So firstly, I would argue there is a need for a new ontology. In the working paper's empirical study of the language and values that underpin understandings of the university as an institution and its function, it is notable that the terms academic freedom and academic excellence are most prominent. It is specifically the last of these, academic excellence, that I and my collaborator Daniela Raffaelli from Wits University have argued constitute a central dimension of a discourse that cements and drives contemporary inequalities within the South African university sector. In the ways we think, act, speak, write text, and uncritically accept the logic of the excellence discourse, even as we see its devastating consequences, it constructs its own rules and criteria and literally reproduce or re-racialize the university according to pre-1994 categorizations. And so, these particular discourses, of course, are also transferred to the frames that we use to engage civil society. That's why it's important for us to have a critical look at these discourses. In order to meaningfully critique the discourse of excellence, as progressive scholars and human rights activists, we have to offer a rigorous and sustainable alternative view of the university's function and place vis-a-vis intellectual labor on the one hand and broader society on the other. Without such a radically new, critical, and progressive ontological vision, our own labor, our own intellectual and academic labor, will bleed into the current hegemonic imaginary of the university that is steering us into a cul-de-sac. Now, here, academic freedom can perhaps at first glance counterintuitively be a potential ally in the search for this radical social justice project. As I argued elsewhere with Shirley and Tate, possibly the most hegemonic of thought systems that has and continues to determine inequality, namely racism, can be found at the very foundation of disciplinary thinking, i.e., at the heart of institutionalized academic discourse. Our thesis is that knowledge belongs to racism, especially knowledge in its disciplined form. And this proprietary relationship may perhaps be the very oxygen driving the disciplines and their programmatic expression across various knowledge fields that contribute to the structural anchoring of inequalities globally. In order to not only challenge this discourse, but to reach a position of beyondness relative to it, we need a form of epistemic freedom that draws on diverse bodies of knowledge that, once brought into conversation with each other, could lead to the formulation of emancipatory possibilities. And that came out in various formats in the panels that I've heard today. So in a sense, I read academic freedom primarily as freedom from hegemonic, stifling thought paradigms. Freedom from, for instance, the worrying techno-rational discourse that is sweeping across the sector here and elsewhere, and perhaps freedom from the obviousness of human rights. So secondly, the need for this ontology needs to be a de-centered one. In relation to activism and human rights work, the university is positioned as site within the working paper 3 times over. Firstly, as a site of instigation, secondly, as a site of incubation, and thirdly, as a site of collaboration. Although offering an important analytic distinction, Boitumelo, in order to reach an other ontology for the university in relation to broader society, I would posit that the very idea of the university as site, as a static and fixed point in time and space, ought to be challenged in the working paper itself. And of course, that's primarily why you also invited me to reflect on the working paper. So here I draw on the work and thinking of the Global Decentered Network, a network of scholars, activists, artists, and education practitioners who work towards producing, disseminating, and acting upon knowledges in more inclusive and radically transformative ways. So a central dimension of this approach to and conceptualization of knowledge work is to include and draw from abolitionist, radical, and decolonial traditions, and when I listened to Joel earlier, also the undercommoning traditions. So within this frame of reference, the emphasis is not assumed to be the university as such, the university in its current givenness. Rather, the very destruction of the university remains an option in search for alternative futures. It is when we push the university to this cusp of its possible abolition where the radical potential of the university may or can be disclosed. Within our certain sets of privileges, it's very difficult to reach that particular radical point. In relation to our search for a renewed university civil society nexus, I would posit that the decentered ethos could offer the opportunity to rethink the university's role away from the university as such, ways that sustain and keep the university as a site in the singular intact. Rather, we ought to search for ways in which the university itself is deconstructed and reconstructed by the way of networks with civil society. And then thirdly, and if I'm right, I've got 3 minutes ago. Thirdly, on multidirectionality, so primarily the development of a proposed critical ontology and decentered ethos is an epistemic shift away from the university as sole or leading knowledge bearer in relation to communities and community engagement work. As a number of passages in the working paper, Fiona, on this question also highlighted, it does bring this into the conversation, but I feel that it doesn't adequately emphasize the implications of reading that particular nexus as such. So the working paper, I think, misses out on an opportunity to read community and civil society as equally, and in many contexts, even more agentive sites of incubation, collaboration, and protection of human rights. So in forging and promoting networks and partnerships, the university ought then to enter into an other in the always already unfolding of democratization and the radical human rights labor that are articulated and grappled upon within and through communities and within civil society in the broader struggle for social transformation. The university should know that it is simply another citizen with civil society, and its tasks include the collapsing of its own boundaries, as Adriano also referred to earlier, for human rights activism and protection to spiral into their own directions which we may follow, as ways to reanimate the social justice potential of the university itself. The university should know and recognize that civil society and our communities' fight for rights does not happen solely in the image of human rights declarations and conventions, but as produced by people's daily struggles for survival, which may include the struggle against rights as a form of discipline and government, against rights as a pacifying regulatory discourse. I hear the caution that Joel put on the table. So there are formulations of rights out there, and sometimes within the university itself, that we do not have access to. Of course, fees must fall has certainly highlighted this. These are rights in conversation with, but distinct from what became known as the global human rights regime, capitalist rights, as Goodell would argue, or capitalized rights, as Goodell argue, not only because it is entangled with capital, but also because it thinks of itself as disembodied human rights instruments. This is the discourse of human rights, I think, that came out as a critique earlier. Universities seldom have access to the frames of human rights in small caps and in italics. These are rights that drive most radical civil society work within communities. The question is thus not simply how the universities interface with civil society and communities, but whether we have an appropriate language of human rights that makes such interface productive and liberatory. I don't know whether we have a language like that, but I do know that we have to start learning these languages from the communities in whose name we exist. One way to do so is for the university to step away from itself and hand itself over to equalizing relationships with civil society, to generate the courage to refuse itself when the time so demands. That is, this symposium actually is, in a sense, a self-reflexive indictment, and I'm not referring now to Trump and his troubles, a self-reflexive indictment of the university that is, given the claims and privileges of the university, should what we are discussing today not be part almost originally of the DNA of the university in any case. It is through this paradigm of indictment, the fact that the symposium is called as an indictment, the fact that the symposium is called to make clear our complicity, guiltiness pressed on our conscience, to paraphrase Bob Marley, that perhaps we may open ourselves up to a knowledge democracy that does not simply strive for good relationships with civil society, but advance a praxis where an unruly civil society co-construct the very idea and imagination of the university itself. Thank you very much.
I'm kind of stressed thinking about the amount of work we're going to have to do after this, just judging by the levels of critiques that are coming. And yeah, I think Paul is also watching online, so he's probably also thinking about these things as well. We're going to have a significant time of Q&A, which is great. So I will walk around with the mic, and feel free to raise your hand, and I'll get to you.
Thanks very much for three really engaging and interesting presentations. And I've sort of been sitting at the back of the room here wearing my university hat and feeling complicated about the space in which I occupy as an academic. And one of the things I wanted to follow on from what Andre was saying and ask you this question is, if we're talking about civil society, human rights activists, I know the language can be used in different ways, human rights defenders, civil society activists, but let's say that that's the language of a collective group of activists in communities generating their own knowledge, which I genuinely believe is really important, and that we need to use and learn from and engage with and partner with that knowledge generation. And indeed, that's the kind of work we've hopefully been trying to do with Reclaim the City. But in saying that, is that not deeply threatening to the entire project of what a university is? Because universities are these spaces of elite knowledge reproduction. We love having hierarchies and labels and profs and docs and putting in these stratifications. And if you say, well, knowledge is equally produced in other sites, my question then is will the university, and when I say university, what do I mean? I mean that's an open space. But will it threaten the idea of what we're meant to be doing as elite producers of knowledge? So how do we marry these together? So it's just got me thinking about this, about what is the role that we actually play? How do we do this effectively while we want to think we've got a space that we can use that's open and free in creating, but is it really? And what are the constraints that we face, and how do we challenge our own project internally as well as from external?
Okay, so we have another question over there as well. Okay.
Should I?
Yeah, you should go.
Thank you so much. For me, I would ask a question maybe much divorced from yours. What is knowledge? And why do universities think they preeminently think that they have any prior claim to it? And this is even more important, a question, if you think of some of the work that my brother Sabe Lokacheni has been doing on, decoloniality. So does somebody who can write, who can go and talk to the community, gather information, write it, and claim a PhD, do they have better knowledge than the community? Or they just have a better way of packaging the work and getting a PhD in it, and writing articles on it? So whose knowledge is a starting point as well? Thank you.
So, thank you. My name is Kamau Ngoge from Kenya. I'm an activist and I work with human rights defenders on a daily basis, and mostly they are at risk. So one of the things that I promise to do when I come from such an event is to go back and feed back to the human rights defenders about what we are talking about. And I'm going to tell the human rights defenders that we are talking about universities being engaged in the protection of human rights defenders or the defending of human rights. And I know one of the challenge I'll have is because most universities in Africa, and I have to give an example of Kenya, they are the ones that have actually removed students from the educational pathway because they have refused to allow serious criticism or conversation that are seen to be critical, or conversations that question everything. And I've seen most student leaders, they're majority of people who come to us seeking support because they have been kicked out of the university. And I'm just wondering, what are we going to do about the very punitive structures that have been put in place within universities such that they have become now the source of threat, the source of kicking out of students? And I'm even thinking about the serious disciplinary infrastructure for student leaders, for any student who is critical. Now, and when they are kicked out of the university, you know what that means. So you're telling me today to go and tell them that those are the safe spaces where we need to take, that human rights defenders should go. And I think we need to really reflect on what needs to be done to really reclaim that part where, first of all, and I'm more worried not what the administrators do with those kind of structures, but the silence of the other sections of the academics, the progressive academics, who say nothing when they see some of their students being kicked out and they find it okay. The other point has something to do with the power dynamics, and I worry that I grew up knowing that the academics are actually civic actors. But now we are talking about like separations of the academics, then the civil society, the HRDs, the government. But I always know that, I assume that these are civic actors. But so the concern has something to do with the power dynamics. And in fact, in my work, I know I have generated a lot of knowledge. But when you generate this knowledge, because of the power dynamics, then you'll find that the universities, mostly because my generated knowledge has not gone through the rigorous academic reviews and all that, it is never considered as critical. I know that I should be having a PhD in what I call the street actions and street protest and questioning many things. So at what point will we allow the universities as a space that will acknowledge that all this knowledge that has been generated, it needed to be given some form of equal status and respect, such that it is not just what now the government is trying to dismiss. That's a civil society report. And the academics are very happy to say, yeah, ours is a better report because it's from the university. So we have created this great divide just because of the elevated spaces that we seem to be happy to create. And then there is the question around the value system. I would be, of course, want to partner with the university, but then there is also this contradiction of I have a whole team of academics that really they would like to generate knowledge and inform huge projects to be able to support government initiatives, which is very okay. But then there's a contradiction that comes with the fact that then the government used that very knowledge and with support of some of the academics to basically turn around and be the one that whatever projects come up, basically make it difficult for the society, for the people to grow and to thrive. So then that comes now the contradiction. And I think the moment we deal with those barriers, which I call barriers to constructive engagement at equal level, until we deal with that, it becomes a little bit challenging for me to go and convince my institution and my human rights defenders that we have all of a sudden found a wonderful space for the protection of human rights defenders. Thank you.
We're going to take one more question, and then we'll see if there's another round, space for another round. Okay, so we'll take Lindo at the back. I see George in front. Okay.
Thanks. Thanks to the panelists. That was very good. Thank you. I think I'd start with Prof. Andre. My question is, I think, firstly, to appreciate the whole notion around looking at the university as the critical university itself as a potential human rights defender itself. That if you allow that it can be a human rights defender while still, being very open to various interpretation of human rights and criticisms of the whole notion of human rights. And I wonder what do you sort of think about this, the whole idea or the whole risk that goes, if you look at universities themselves are becoming more and more intolerant to dissent. Universities themselves are becoming less and less of a space where, non-conventional ways of doing things are becoming pushed against. And so how risky is it for such an insecure space as the university, or the university as it is becoming now, to actually have this, or be given this responsibility to defend whatever kind of human rights, whatever someone understands human rights to be, when it itself is so intolerant of any sort of disagreement within its own space, which is principally what a university should be, a space where we all can feel like disagreeing is the one thing that we all have in common. And then I think I want to talk about the question around site versus space. And I think it was mentioned yesterday in one of the panels that, the university we're thinking about, the working paper thinks of it as a site, as a geographic location. And we thought of something more generative is thinking about the university as a space. And if it's a space, it's something more open-ended in relation to its capacity to be what the society that it inhabits needs from it. And I was wondering if you could talk to me more about that. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll hand it over to the chair, and then we'll have a second round. So who would like to venture on this task? We can start with Adriano.
No, thank you very much for the comments and questions. Well, again, from the context of Mozambique and Angola, given the rise and entrenchment of a dominant party system, where the type of knowledge that is produced is a site of dispute. I'm really happy to see an university that plays its fundamental role of doing good teaching, a university that it pays justice to our history, a university that remains as a pillar of integrity in our societies. If you start from curricula, you look at the curricula in most African universities, you shake your hand because some of the elements in the curriculum they are not necessarily right. So if the university is doing it right in terms of curricula, that it does justice to what happened, to what are the elements that deny a socioeconomic transformation, that deny mainly peace. Take the example of Mozambique, where I come from. When I was going to defend my PhD dissertation, I was told, no, you can't, because the government is not happy with some of their conclusions. It has taken me 3 months to convince my university that my PhD dissertation was based on a meticulously conducted research, the way that SIPA has described it. So though it is not in support of what keeps the ruling party in power, but it results of the interviews talking to a number of people, including those in the system. So allowing my PhD dissertation to be at the university library, that is an important contribution, because it could be simply banned and it would be denied for the young students to have access to alternative explanations to why we have wars and why we have never-ending conflict in our country and in our society. As I alluded earlier, again in the context of Mozambique and Angola, we have constitutions, but we lack people that can speak with integrity to constitutionalism and to write articles that speak to constitutionalism in the context of our own countries. So if we can have professors, young professors, that are doing this in the space of the universities, that is an important contribution. And having civil society organizations collaborating constructively with these professors in the format of created spaces, that, my friends, in a context of dominant party systems, of captured democracies, captured electoral systems, it's a vast contribution. Acknowledging some of these things, it's a vast contribution. So I am not saying that universities, they have to become activists, but by allowing the space for those who think critically about our realities to continue doing their work, doing their research, and allowing their publications to be made available for students. That is a vast and important contribution. In Mozambique, 3 of the most vocal organizations against state capture, corruption, and the political economies underpinning conflict in the north are led by university professors. Some of them that have decided not to take their salaries because that would be an instrument to control them. The fact that they are allowed to continue teaching at the public university, but remaining as vocal activists, I think this is something that needs to be acknowledged as an important contribution. So universities need not, in my view, particularly in the context where of dominance. By dominance, I mean something simple here. I mean, parties like Frelimo, the MPLA, they have been there. And the prospect for change are really small. But importantly, if you look at the political economy, the only source of income in Mozambique, it comes from state. It comes from state. Private sector, it can only give, I mean, the domestic private sector, it's only 2% in terms of job opportunities. So if scholars, they can keep the integrity, I think that is important contribution to indirectly be the backbone of human rights defending in that particular polity, Mozambique and Angola in particular. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adriano. Do we have anyone from the panel who would like to respond?
I think what we need to recognize is the period when the political influence takes root within the establishment. If we look back to what I was making reference to, how young academics and students became involved with the trade union movement, and at that particular moment it was quite important and necessary. Today you don't find it. But there are still workers, there are still trade unions. But at this juncture between academic and intellectual knowledge no longer has that relationship. And that is directly influenced by the kind of politics that is being represented by the ruling party and its constitutions and its institutions that makes it so despairing for organized labor and for those of us who wish to continue to be in supportive of organized labor. That's the one point. The other point is the way in which the institution also begins to make that separation, in that we are in the field of knowledge production, and that then becomes another frame of who interprets what knowledge. Knowledge has to be produced for the benefit of society and for the future of humanity. But what is the kind of knowledge that has to be produced that is going to give support to that type of knowledge production? And that, I think, is something that both civil society as well as academia needs to engage with, and it can only be work in progress. It can't be definitive to say by Sunday we will have the answer, but to rather recognize that there are different influences during different periods of the development of society, and that in those moments of different politics, we see different outcomes emerging.
So I think that the question of the critical university, of course, came through Joel's presentation earlier today. I just tied it into my interest, in critical university studies, which is my specialized, research area of work. But that's fantastic work there. And I do think that the proposition of the critical universities, actually through critical university studies, may have better potential to be a good human rights defenders, because critique is a form of fidelity. It's a form of loyalty, not a form of dismissal. Okay? So that should be clear. And that is when the critique of human rights is coming through. It is an attempt at renewal, at attempt of reinvigoration, because we know that sometimes these kinds of things can flatten out with regard to its radical potential. And of course, the main work here is that I think that in that critical relationship between critical university studies and the critical universities, the idea of the human rights defense will simply grow much stronger. I like the fact that yesterday's discussion was about space and site, so I'm not going to say anything around that as well. And of course, the critical university is also the university that would be more hospitable. And so it's also the critical university that has to work against intolerability, of various other forms of thoughts as well. So there's a peculiar kind of frame emerging, which I must say, I really like, coming through in the discussion. So many thanks for that. Then, of course, Fiona, there's a difference for me between equal status and equalizing relationships. Okay, so I am not arguing for equal statuses. I'm arguing for equalizing relationships between university and society. Of course, there will be different kinds of knowledges in their various forms of hierarchies are very, very important for any intellectual project to advance. So within that conception of epistemic freedom, the university should feel less threatened, because its academic project will be advanced in that equalizing relationship, because it understands that the capacity of knowing resides in everybody, whether it's our communities, whether it's our defenders, whether it's the academy. And that argument actually protects the idea of academic rigor and academic quality, okay? But not the idea of the notion of excellence. But it does protect the idea of academic rigor and academic quality, and of course that's the case that you've raised, because it is true that the insights that's derived from research around rigor and quality does provide for better empirical evidence on which one needs to base your work, and of course also on more productive insights. So multiple knowledges doesn't mean equal knowledges. Epistemic freedom doesn't mean a flattening out of all knowledges are equally valuable at any given time. I like Evan's point around that knowledges should drive to be socially useful in all its different sets of formats, of course. So that's what I will put there. So I no worries about, I understand, and it's good for us to feel complicated and to feel unsettled in the university. I think it's a very good ontological position to have, because it's also a space of privilege and also a space of stability, which allows us to feel unsettled and uncomfortable. In fact, the university should never be about belonging in any sense, actually. So for me, what I'm driving at Boitumelo is not more work around the working paper. I just think that there's a kind of strengthening that can happen here around the points being raised, around different sets of critiques of human rights. Remember that it's also a knowledge formation in its own right. And it's actually so great. The body of knowledge of critique of human rights is so, what one can say, it discloses so many of the challenges that we're facing in the world today. It's the same with regard to critiques, against SDGs as well. So critique is almost like a different set of format of knowledge formations that can play into the human rights defenders project. And then the question about students. In fact, the universities use the disciplined form of human rights, like the right to protest and all those kinds of things, to manage student protest in various kinds of ways, and then, of course, also to deal with the question of discipline that places, radical students at a distance from the university's operations itself. That's something that the university should take responsibility for. A university that has a sense of itself as a university would be much more open to allowing, at different sets of borders and boundaries for that kind of action to happen. It says something about the university and its own insecurities if it comes down on student radicalism like that. But of course, student radicalism, as we may well know, they're not innocent either. They are driven by different sets of interests and groups and so on. And of course, one has to separate, the student activism. This point was also raised this morning by one of the students here. One has to just separate those out as well. And so those contradictions with regard to the university as an institution that not only house disciplines, but also discipline its agent within its own spaces, is a true contradiction. So one of the ways in which one can think of agency is the continuous battle not to be disciplined so much every day, you know, as we work in these institutions, but it's imperative to discipline. So yeah, so let me not you know, spend more time on those responses. Thank you so much for that, and sorry for taking so long to respond.
Much needed discussions. We have another round of questions. So we have Williams, and then we have Joe. Okay, so I don't see George. He was here, but okay. William, you can go.
I want to talk to you after this. Thank you. I just want to think with my colleague there on the. I want to think with my colleague on the issue of the hierarchies that we enjoy at the university. Those hierarchies are not innocent. That is where the devil hides in the university, in levels and all that. And they come from the classification of knowledge and also commoditization of knowledge. So those hierarchies are actually brands and labels that are given to knowledge in order to sell it for a higher or a lower price, and to illegitimize other people from the space of thinking, to say they are knowers and non-knowers, and to effectively steal knowledge from communities, as what Malunga was saying. Because we pretend when we're in the university here that we know, and then communities out of there are participants and subjects that we interview. Yet that is an exchange of knowledge. We process that knowledge, we package it, we brand it, and then it's published by Professor so-and-so. So de-hierarchizing knowledge actually might be one way of decolonizing knowledge. And we shouldn't look for comfort in the university, or even happiness. These should be places of discomfort, irritation, provocation, the kind of creative action that is productive of new knowledge, not recycling the old knowledge and what. Those pedagogies of discomfort, vulnerabilities, and all that. So I think we need not preserve the hierarchies. The earlier we demolish them, this space will be a more creative and more productive place. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think even calling each other by our first names is one of the things we can do when we get to these spaces, especially where there's no profs and doctors. One approach.
Thank you. I'm very close, maybe even further, to the position that Andre is putting forward. Stuart Hall makes this point, because I think part of what's surfacing is this tension, some might say an outdated tension, between theory and practice, between knowledge and politics. Stuart Hall argued that the realm of politics and activism is the realm in which we fix meaning, in order to make certain kinds of demands and take certain kinds of action. But that the world of scholarship, of thought, of theory, is where we make meaning slide, he says. I think there's a lot of value in that distinction. I think there's a lot of value in having a productive tension between theory and practice. I listen to so many radical academics, it's almost like they're ashamed to be scholars, they want to be on the streets. Then perhaps that's where they should go. I think that the university is where we historicize, where we philosophize, where we unpack, where we question, where we open things up, where we do close reading, where we ask why and how, where we even ask of activists how certain movements make their choices, who funds them, what kinds of ideas inform the way that they think, without valorizing activism as inherently benign. It has many problems. There's been many controversies. Just many years ago, the controversy around Abahlali Wasem Jondolo and the politics around that. And I think the world of practice and politics is where we fix meaning in order to act and make demands. I don't expect farm workers who are trying to make demands around wages and living conditions to be paralyzed by a debate about a certain chapter of Walter Rodney's How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. But that must happen in the classroom. And I think that in South Africa, in particular in the post-Fallers period, we've collapsed that distinction too much. To the point that I know my radical politicized students are not interested in close reading. Not all of them, but for the most part, because they're trying to rush to a conclusion that they think is practical and implementable today and immediately. I think we're doing a massive disservice to our students. This is why we're here at this place, at the university, to help our students figure out the powers and forces that shape the world. That's how we'll make the thought useful. But not even directly or in a way that's sort of preparing theory for a movement, but preparing theory for possible movement, for different movements. But I am very worried if academics want to be full-blown scholars, because nobody asks activists, or rather when academics want to be full-blown activists, because no one asks activists to be full-blown scholars, rightly so. So I would make the case for a productive tension between those two domains. I don't think they're the same. I don't think academics should feel the need to be marching on the streets every day. Our task is the classroom. That's where we do our work. We have 200, 300, at my university, 600 students. That's my constituency. My task is to help them figure out the world. It is not to turn them into marchers. Not that that's not important. Historically, some of the greatest intellectuals, Stuart Hall himself being one of them, were part of radical movements. And they brought the intelligence and the close reading. But it is not the task of a university to simply be a space of activism. It's a place of reading and of thinking. And I think we make a serious mistake, and we do a particular disservice to our black students if we reduce their learning to a bread and butter survival issue. Their minds are equal to others. They can also think deeply. They can also debate the different interpretations of Frantz Fanon, black skin, white masks, without being asked, how is this going to help your community tomorrow? My answer is, it might not, but it's nice to read Fanon, yeah.
I see minds rattling as you were speaking. So I think there are no more questions, and then we'll have brief comments, I guess, from our panelists. Very brief. I think we've run out of time, and we just want to maintain that.
I like, is it on? I like the comment made by the last contributor. No one is asking academics to be activists, at least not in the Mozambique and Angola context where I come from. But we expect academics to set fundamentals right so that activists can have the playing field to do their work. By this, I mean something simple. We have elections in Zimbabwe. You can read so many materials about how many voters are out there. Where are the constituencies located, etc. From civil society papers. But I wanted to have a public university debating that. How many voters are out there? And where are those polling stations? From a public university, intellectuals, without bias, discussing that. The example of Mozambique, you would never know how many voters are out there. Angola is the same, and so on and so forth. So what we are saying is, academics, you have a huge responsibility to set things right. You set the foundations. And particularly in a context where ideation matters for activism. I mean something very simple here. Politicians, they don't like the concepts of human rights defenders. It would be a great contribution if academics from public universities wrote pieces about human rights defending, about the role of human rights defenders. Simple as that. And so that when politicians see that coming from scholarly literature, they would see that that makes an important contribution. Last small point. And this is nothing to do with this panel, but it came from the discussion yesterday. You know, as we're discussing the issue of protection yesterday, I felt the need, but then I didn't have the chance to say something small like this. I'm an activist. I was in the field of activism for 20 years before coming across the concept of human rights defender and before coming across the concept of social justice leader. The difference it made in my activism after I came across this concept of human rights defender, how it empowered me in my relationship with the state, in how I carried my activism, it goes far beyond what donors and protection mechanism can ever put in place. So, you have done a lot, human rights defenders, but you have no idea of what this concept of human rights defender, because it's an empowering. It is not about the material support that you give. No. It's about the agency of that particular activist in relation to the state to say, I am an HRD, and there is a UN declaration on human rights defender. I have the right to be here and to agitate for the common good of my community, which is also a way of me protecting my space today, but the space for my children and my grandchildren. That Ford Foundation, that Open Society, that contribution is colossal. Thank you very much.
I'm very aware that the shuttles are outside as well. So again, let's keep it brief, but thank you for the very powerful response.
My contribution in closing is one, I think we need recognition that there are different sites of knowledge production. And where we locate ourselves in that knowledge production is how we contribute to the benefit of society.
Thank you so much. The some point that I want to raise is that in my experience, both the foundations that supported human rights, like the Open Society Foundation and so on, they've always been very open to the idea of having a critique, to the normative frames that drives and govern our work. So I think that one doesn't have to make choices here about funding and, of course, critical human rights work as well. And I do think that the last discussions around the importance of a decolonial abolitionist undercommoning critique of the university and knowledges is something that we will have to drive at in any case, because it's also a form of social justice work within the university that can more or less reorganize the university's integral reconfigurations of thought to be more open to civil society and community engagement as well. So yeah, thank you so much for that.
I'd like us all to give us a big round of applause for the very engaged. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for your engaged comments, and we'll see you tomorrow. Everyone online, thank you for joining us. Just a heads up, there is a book launch dinner tonight. I hope people have RSVP'd, and it would be great to see you there. It is at the hotel. It's compulsory. There, you say this to human rights defenders. Okay, it's at 6. It's at 6. And yeah, let's continue the conversations that we couldn't close. Thank you, everyone. See you tonight.